That's what I'm doing. I'm blackmailing her. Ooh, have you seen such a trinket? She looks at it for only 2 breaths. Aye, and Gale rocks. They do like their shells and fish. 'Tis like when some people wear claws and tusks. She pushes it back to you. Maybe when 'twas still new. Oh, I think that's somebody's necklace. Fudge. Alright, main square. Just seeing. Show him the necklace. Takes one glance. Nah, I do need my trash. It's not trash. Before I accuse anybody. Here. I'm not gonna give her work. I'm going to save and I'm going to decide. You're standing in the middle of the islet, taking a good look at the village. The locals follow their daily routines. Children are playing tag and the trees are turning golden brown. I need a cutie patootie meepleton, the kindest, most adorable soul of wholesome. Louis, stop it. Stop. It's only because I sent you a game about being an attorney. As a bird. I had no idea it existed. I was just scrolling through and they're like, suggestion, attorney bird. And I was like, what? So, hope that fills the Ace Attorney vibes. Hi, thank you. Okay, yet you can see what's beneath all that. A home to raiders who led dozens of humans to their doom. If you decide to act, you'll have only one shot at this. Starting a storm without the firm support of the locals will paint you as a threat. If Thias was able to keep her power despite her deeds, she surely has strong support, and she may not yield it to you even if openly confronted. I have to do my best to weaken the mayor's position. The druids may help me with that. I could offer an alliance in exchange for my silence. Ooh. I already did my part. I'm going to report everything to the city officials, let them decide if they should get involved. Nothing good would come out of opening. It's better to let the steep house fade into the past and not ready to choose. They purposely attacked their neighbor because they wouldn't comply with joining them. And then because they had to defend themselves from future human attacks, they took from the trees. And the trees are just like, you took too many trees. Which then just super decimated them. I could offer her an alliance. I mean, she already gave me the thing saying, like, we're gonna be besties. Try to make a position. I know the druids are like, give me druids. You think of your previous conversation with Elpis. While she is surely respected in the village and seems to have unusual talents, so far her attitude toward the mayor has been rather timid. Unless you could present a good case to make her turn against Thias, I doubt she's going to keep her conversation a secret. That's what Please. I have a personal bias in favor of druids. I mean, I think we can all agree we like people who are, on with nature and magic and try to, keep a balance versus I'm going to destroy other humans for supplies. After some time, the two of you are wandering the forest garden. The thumping of the druidess's staff as she walks disappears in the overwhelming noise. A few hunters and other druids are on the verge of sight, looking out for beasts. She finally breaks the silence. Why do you want to speak of Steep House? Before you left the village, the suspicious looks of the guards convinced you the mayor already knows about your stroll. Thias is both ambitious and cruel. I won't allow her to hurt other tribes. She's unpredictable and manipulative. It's time for the druids to restore order to the village. Howler's Den doesn't need to grow anymore. We must stop Thias, but she will never be full. These are all very good options. These are all very good options. I mean, the druid themselves said, like she needs to stop growing, otherwise it's gonna get too... Because, like, right now, everything's perfect. If they get any bigger, it's gonna cause problems. She's gonna fight the other villagers. And they're gonna be like, well, we need you because, you have food. Forest. This is all good. But I'm worried there might be single options. I don't know. I mean, I would say ambitious and cruel. Like, she was ready to force her daughter to marry some dude she did not want to marry just because she wouldn't listen. She may be much worse than that, but our neighbors see her as a sow, protective of her borelets. She reaches for a rotten apple. The branch from which it was hanging suddenly falls on the ground, even though it's still green. We do nay choose our leaders through violence or intrigues, but through the votes of all. I may have my doubts, but I'm trusted to never seek control, only to give advice. We keep following the many beaten trails. The bright, sparse woods are nothing like those you've seen in other parts of the peninsula. I'm listening. Do you believe she can stay, that she won't cause her harm? You know I'm trustworthy. I also hold answers to this. I'm like, you gotta admit what happened was bad. She slackens her pace. I must. I know the druids played a role in the raid. The village fields are cursed to this day. You act as if your neighbors to acknowledge their deeds, but everyone treats it like a secret. The youngest generation even is aware of what happened. You know more about those days than I do. Ooh. 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 It was the elders from the cave, last request before he left us. I'll spare you my wrath, he said. You can keep the children's hearts unstained until they reach a certain age. The forest speakers ought to help them find a lesson in your greed and cruelty. She stops in place, observing a red-napped mushroom. She crouches, takes it out with a knife, and puts it into a sack. When Thias made the decision that this certain age would never come, I dare me to oppose her. Our neighbors trusted her. I know the druids played a role. As the gathering, we did may agree to the raid, but we agreed to protect our children, siblings, and cousins during their strike, with Numa and advice. A long pause. After we breached the wall, Thias forced us to keep pushing. Some elders were hurt, others caved in, the voice cracks. Does your gathering regret helping her, or now you have an opportunity to fix your mistake? It? We do, she said softly. Some were broken by it. Okay. Do you think she can stay? She stops and observes the carcasses of a hedgehog. Carcass of a hedgehog. Judging by the tracks, it was butchered by a badger. It may be true that, so far, you may add fuel to our plans. After slightly giving the shell a closer look. Ants, she says, then steps around it. My neighbors gained a lot from her past choices. My judgment means a lot to them, but she showed she will protect us, even if the price is too high. When you talk about her, you know how impulsive she gets. There must be someone else who can make the try. Aren't you worried about the future of the gathering? You grow in comfort, but from what I see, you are detached from the teachings you shared with me and the ones I've heard from the altar warden. I don't know when that's too late for you. Aren't you worried? We pay close attention to the teachings of our ancestors and are nay too proud to see that seasons are nay the same as they used to be. Animals come and go, some paths are broken, and new tribes move in. Our village is bound to change as well, and we would be blind to think our teachings will never have to go. She stops and looks back in the direction of hollows. Though you see only tree trunks and shrubs, it is true that these changes occur too fast for my heart. They're like anyone else. Yet she's trusted for her wits and talents, interrupted by a screeching bird. She seeks among the leaves. The Thias you've met is shaped by many sorrows, but her laughter has nay always been as dead as 'tis now. Many of us owe her our lives, and since our gathering promised to nay interfere with the choices of our neighbors, we took a step back. Ever when we realized her determination hides cruelty and stubbornness, May's soul dares to oppose her now. Your inaction helped her prevent from trying to do something. How did you become mayor? Her parents were adventurers. They stayed with us after a few grand journeys, bringing many treasures and sacks of dragon wings. Realizing the illness of her weak shell, they wanted for her a life of comfort without bloodshed. While others dug in soil or trained spears, they taught her to count and read, then sent her with a caravan to Hobloblin town. Used their ties to squeeze her into the guild, but the war disturbed her learning. She returned and said she would protect us from the Southerners, as long as we trusted her, and she did. With poison and betrayal, but she saved all of us. She's ready to protect me in desperate days, I get it, but now her decisions can bring on distrust me to find another way, or inaction helps her plan to plan. She's good in a crisis, but when everything's calm, you bring her out when there's a crisis. Be like, hey, we're being attacked. Bring out the old bear. She's cunning. I'm gonna go with this. Your inaction. She hesitates. Nay, one of us is free of guilt. There is nay one soul who ought to be a leader, only those who are trusted, either more or less. If we were to follow your word, we would replace one tyrant with another. I also follow my ancestors. I'm trying to make things right. She stops you in place without asking, squeezes your wrist, then spits on your open palm and stares into your face. Her hand is weak, but not gentle. Her blue eyes remain her color, but her frown is filled with disappointment. She releases her grasp and steps away. Oh, sorry. It's like, you wouldn't try to sabotage your neighbors. She stops in place and turns toward you, holding her staff by her side. Her eyes are warm like a spring day, and she smiles gently. I trust you, and so do my neighbors. I could nay be sure what you're saying is true, but I doubt you're lying. Ooh, what's your decision? You approach a giant oak, older than any tree in the garden, surrounded by trails of shoes and paws. Yet is oddly quiet, even though there are dozens of birds in its crown, spread among the branches like the faithful on temple pews. Elpis reaches for the long claw marks left in the bark. She touches them with the palm of her hand gently, then scratches them with her fingernails, adding a few more cuts, fresh and dripping with sap. The birds, still without as much as a caw, take off loudly, maybe 100 of them at once, in such a panic that a few of them crash into the branches or one another. Before you can take a closer look, your companion moves her staff in front of you, then nods for you to follow her away from you. You glance at the claw marks once more. Worms are already rushing toward them. After another minute on the stroll, the woman speaks again. I could nay help you. It may be better for you to stay with me how we stand from this day on. Thias is nay kinder enemies. You could just keep it between us. Do nay be naive, she says with pity. You think she does nay know already why you come to see me? That nay one here, she raises her weapon and points at one of the scouts, is wearing a spell to hear us? She'll ask me, and I will nay lie to her. Your steps are heavy. You look around. Not only would you not escape the scouts and hunters, your mounted footmen are still in the village. You try to come up with a new argument, a point of view to remind yourself of something you've seen in the ruins. But, oh no, I've been banished. Soon after you enter the gates, you're welcomed by 5 guards, led by the mayor herself. You have something to tell me, forest speaker? She asks your companion and spares you little more than a disdainful chuckle. You're led into Ape Ale and placed on a chair with a muscular hand keeping you in place. You know what? I'm so glad we saved before we did all this. Elpis hides nothing, not even her own willingness to listen to your accusations. You follow the guards' faces. No matter what they hear, they obediently observe their boss, putting their trust in her decisions. Finally, the first kick reaches your stomach. You can't even tell which word or gesture led to it, but it's soon followed by a hit in the jaw. Go, Thias tells the druidess, who leaves without a word. Please! Oh no. The beating is short but effective. The blood from your mouth covers your clothes. Your ribs ache at every move. You're still a Roadwarden, so I guess we ought to let you be. The mayor's voice is bored and carries out a hint of the city folk accent. Now get out. And do nay return unless you're going to handsomely support our Tisians. You place careful steps to the square, surrounded by whispers and worried looks. Your mount welcomes you with a pretty snort, but to you it sounds like mockery. Tasting iron, you wash your mouth and think of the last smirk formed on Thias' wine-covered lips. She beat the shit up. She beat me up. Oh my god, she beat me. What a meanie. I was just saying, guys, she might be bad. I'm not totally banned. Okay, so that didn't go well. Let's see. Bone tablet, white marsh cider, northern road? That's right, northern road. That's right, I need to get to High Island, the tribe, so that's fine. Forest speak, monastery, the tribe. The tribe is the mountain. You're like, where is he? So, let's see. I need to stop by here. How much time do we have? To look here, so I can maybe talk to my dad a bit more. Oh, is he not here? He's not here. I'm just messing up everywhere. Son, I've been managed. Fishers have returned to the village, but the work is still far from being over. Where? There it is, the Fisher. Spare rock. let's discuss this once more. Alright. The voice of the monastery says that you need to forget the tales about being soulless, not casting spells doesn't make someone lesser than Wright's talents are clear on that. He looks at you in silence. So these people, and even Phoebe, I need to speak with her myself. He observes you in silence, then tells you to wait a few moments. After his return, he hands you a few dragon boats. That's for all the riding. Forget about the stone. He looks north. I don't know what to think of all this. Do you need anything else? Oh, she's not gonna explode. Yay! Alright, village head woman. Puts his woodwork, then asks you to wait. You hear his and the head woman's voice coming from the hall, and once the man returns, he has to enter. Okay. Puts away her writing instruments, glances at you, then frowns. The closer you get, the more annoyed she seems to be, but she says nothing. I probably only like 2 or 3 questions before she gets mad at me. Tunnel, work, bandits, tribe. Did you know? Did you now? Then find someone who holds them in little regard, for we promise to keep them safe from guests we did. She pauses, glancing at your blade, especially the armed city folk. I hope you understand. You try to learn anything else, but she runs out of patience quickly. Gale Rocks is one of the very few settlements that used to trade with the tribe, and I ain't speaking of merely the things I remember myself, but even some that happened hundreds of years ago. The proud words make her voice get stronger and louder. Alavin's merchants won't find anything there, and there are no roads for you to patrol. Forget about the outsider. What about Malacos? She straightens up and frowns. I think you misunderstand the shape of our past alliance, you do. While it is true that our forebears had strong ties, even before Malacos started following the right to their own river of faith, for years now we've been at odds, contacting each other merely out of necessity. Ever since we were accused of robbing them, she suddenly pauses, glancing at her granddaughter and clear throat. Wrongly accused? We are not welcomed at their gates, and I have no doubt they wouldn't help us either. I would, but necromancers. You almost jump away in the crossbow woman shifts her position, but she jumps out to just be uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Oh, she turns on. Severina smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried. What happens in White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize, I do, with tribes that had to feed their people with tree bark or decide which mother will eat enough to feed infants. But all the walking corpses forget their charms and murder their masters like they always do. And instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we do is keep ourselves safe. We try to ask a few more questions, but to no avail. We don't really travel there often with strangers. And some of the knowledge we gather in these places for our years alone. My patience runs short, outsider. Are you sure other matters can't wait till tomorrow? We need to, do we now? And what is it? Follow. Pressured into taking action against the undead. Oh. And what do you think we ought to do? Encourage them by taking their land, or startle their wild game? Maybe torch their roofs? She takes a long pause. Yet as you start to answer, she instantly cuts in. We have no plans to conquer or pillage their home. While some of us would like to take matters in their own hands, I ain't risking our lives in that with mere heretics. Without walls, we'll have nothing to face. She observes you without a word, but her fingers are tapping on the table. The guard gives you a telling look. Bandits. She looks at her guard, then around her. Have you noticed where we are? We're safe enough to fight a dragon. If there are any bandits in our woods, they eat nothing barring timber and worms. Wherever we trade, we send groups of 10, 20 souls strong. Nothing should be free from bandits. We need to have stronger efforts of running I can tell you that the venereal digger will tell you more about it when you want to hear it. Before the war, it used to be crossed every 10, 20 days, enough for us to keep it garrisoned. But with how little use it now has, it'd be mad to ask any of our youth to throw themselves on the beasts that live there. She glances at an open pouch that's lying just nearby with a huge dragon bone sticking out of it. Her toothless grimace is hard to read. And don't offer me your services to merely get rid of the awoken. I need long-term solutions, not violence. Sooner or later, another threat will take their place. It may just as well stay occupied. At least no badger hounds will take it over. We'll do a couple more questions, guard. Can you tell me about Gale Rocks? She speaks slowly, with the kindness someone may show an annoying brat that has one last chance to learn from their mistake. Do I look like someone who would be interested in spending time as a guide or a telltale? Before you answer, she starts to move around a few small packages and looks inside one. Scan. Spend some time among our walls. Speak with the fishers, the artisans, all them lads and lasses whose blood keeps the shell of our village alive. Hello, time traveling. She runs her eyes over me, then frowns without as much as a hint of subtlety. Show me first that you're worth something. Work with our fishers. Find someone seeking a messenger. I don't need a stranger before autumn. When we'll trade for winter grain.
Scraps of cloth, old tunics, and boots. Behind it, there's a mature woman, though you can't precisely guess her age. The flame, dancing because of your movements, distorts the shadows cast by her wrinkles and large nose. Her bright red tunic is light, made of something lighter than hemp or wool. The sleeves and elbows allow her hands to sew together two pieces of fabric. No. New trader unlocked. She runs her dark yellow eyes over your clothes. Her hair may be getting gray, but the colorful wooden beads among them distract you right away. Cheers, stranger. You need something patched up? After you nod, she looks deeper into the store. Good, as I'm better at fixing tears than making tongs. Take a look. Indeed, while there's plenty of shelves and cupboards covered with pants, tunics, jackets, robes, hats, boots, and bags, many of them seem old or made from terrifically combined pieces of garment. We buy outfits from other villages, explains the tailor maintainer. As they get worn and damaged, I turn them into something new.
and they'll be like, oh. So definitely that. But can I sell something and fix my Gabeson, or just fix my outfit? Let's see. Any chance I can get? I have this necklace. You show her the strip that's holding a bunch of flakes in a shell, and she only gives it a glance, then gets back to sewing. So old. The ones I now make are elegant. Tell Glaucia I can give her a new one, but the next time she speaks with her head woman without visiting me, I'll kick her teeth out. Be sure she knows it. It's Glaucia's necklace. I think I should get this versus that. To the soldiery. This is a lot of words, but far enough to save the locals from some of its smell. Exchange a few words with the workers, learning that salting takes place mainly during nighttime after the fresh fish arrive, and the smoking occurs all day long above torched shavings without much supervision. Smoked fish stay fresh for longer than you think, unless you take them outside. Then the rotting starts after merely a few days, so we only sell them to the closer villages. Salted fish last for seasons, but you have to rinse them rightly in a stream and will burn your mouth with all the salt. As you observe the workers, most of them either old, tiny, or hindered by past wounds, you notice how stiff their fingers seem to be, covered with cuts, making you wonder how much salt gets into the even slightest of scratches. Yet they talk with ease, spending most of their hours gathered in the square, chatting face to face with their hair, saying not a word about the smell and sight of the scaled, gutted, and creatures that surround them. You ask about the prices of their barrels of fish and the way they are transported, learning that flour and other supplies are worth more than locals the dragons. After a few minutes, you exchange goodbyes, trying to memorize the details useful for the city guild. While there are always fresh fish available in Havlaven, having a secure supply of preserved meat would be worth many coins during stormy or frozen days. Right, we did. Well, I guess smokers and soldiers are the same thing, right? Soldiers. Alright, cool. We did all that. I talked to little coopers and smokers, but I could still learn more about the wares this village has to offer. I think I already did lumberjack, right? Right, we did lumberjacks. There's somebody I have to find. Let's see. Theus, Thyra, Serena. Ruby, we found. Nina. Oh, she was on my list of people to look up. Glaucia, like, now I have evidence of it. 13 hours. Take me half a day to get there, or I can get the fog, or see if the monkeys are gone. Let's be gone. Please be gone, monkeys. Yes. In half an hour, you find no corpse, but the trail of the fight tells you enough. A human was dining near the tree. A large cat jumped and dragged him through the meadow floor. For a few minutes, you follow the broken blades and tall grasses, losing track more than once, deceived by the paths used by howlers, which are now following your march anxiously. You reach a gully, then to a thick forest growing in a cauldron-shaped basin. The branchy trees are taller than 3 houses placed on one another.
The beast dragged the human through the thicket, and the scratched skin left blood on the edges of the twigs. You consider walking in, but as you look around, the howlers are getting more numerous and confident, sitting on every tree in sight, threatening you with their shouts. The path is too overgrown for Russell to follow you. If you enter the woods, I'll need to leave it at monkeys. For now, I step back. I don't like calling Russell it. I'm like, what is Russell? It's rather clear that the huntress can't be helped. You know, she might still be alive. I'm stepping back. Can I put food in my face? Food in my face. I'm not that strong right now. We'll save. And then we're gonna go. You're more used to Russell's trot than to your own gait. You rush forward as if you're tracking the next meal or delivering a message. After a few minutes, the light dancing on the calm surface of the lake closes your eyes, and the whispering meadow calms down your breath. The birds are answering each other through their songs, and the repetitive humming of insects numb your senses. I need no calming down. The less time I spend on the road, the better. You warm up your shoulders and focus on any movement that could belong to a lurking beast. You reach the trail of blood again, and the gully. The shadows cast by the trees make you aware, but not worried. You make sure your belts and cords are properly attached, the axe handle is solid, and the head is firmly attached. Having no horse, you find a way to squeeze through the thicket. Not much light gets through the tree crowns. The cauldron-shaped basin is filled with howls and barkings and chirping insects. As soon as you enter the lair, hundreds of throats burst up with threats and worries. Some of the monkeys run away, others gather in groups following the movements of the whole squad. All of them call to each other with distracting, intermittent gurgling, but as you look at the darkness, there are countless more black-hooded birds letting out the ghastly cries, dragged out with human veil. This distant army is hardly aware of your arrival. Most of them eat and sleep with hungry companions. You follow the trail of blood, but it only leads farther down. Your head starts to spin over the woods. Alright, trust the earplugs. The sound gets gentler on your ears, but no matter how much you try, your thoughts keep returning to the vibrations in your head and stomach, and the blunt pain that grows slowly. Your plugged ears may keep you safer, but not from harm. The first large monkey touches the ground, but after you raise your axe and show your teeth, it climbs back up again, though you right away notice a similar movement on the other side. Nothing attacks you just yet. It's obvious that you, any human, could never single-handedly put an end to such a grand pack of creatures. But if you broke through their strike, maybe the rest would be too afraid to push on, especially if they remember what happened to them last time. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. This opportunity. The monkey observes you with respect, pouting their lips and growling, but keeping their distance for quite a few breaths. Soon, the first monster falls from a high branch, breaking through the foliage of shrubs, and leaps at you with a shout. Reach for anything that can be of assistance to you. I'm for training to practice. I feel like I should hold off on the troll urine. I feel like I'm gonna need that getting out with her. Alright, put my training into practice. With a few dancing steps, you shorten the distance between you and the nearest beast. Confused, it tries to catch you, but you effortlessly elude it, and put all your strength into turning around, and your wide swing lands on the creature's back. It falls to the ground, but you're already far behind it. A few of the monkeys climb back up the trees, and as you go farther, the pressure weakens. The forest gets darker. The trail of blood is still easy to follow, which may not be a good sign. Okay. Crossbow. There's a lot of creatures to choose from, and since they're unfamiliar with your weapon, hitting one of them right in the skull is as easy as pulling the trigger. Without so much as a gasp, the creature plunges to the ground. You don't have time to reload, but the monkeys don't know it yet. For some time, you walk undisturbed. The trail of blood gets weaker, and you estimate that the middle of the valley is already behind you. Alright, time for the P. Yeah! You open the repellent and generously scatter it around, though a splash of it also lands on your pants and hands, instantly making you regret it. But you don't have to wait for the effects long. Half of the animals climb up the trees again. Many others are fleeing through the thicket. The howls get lower. You keep spilling the urine for another minute until the beasts gather enough courage to ignore it. The trail of blood is scarce, and you think it leads into the brighter part of the valley. As you approach the rock face, the forest gets spicy. Almost there. Just me and my axe. You push forward, struggling to find a path between the remaining groups of monkeys. You duck, leap, sprint, and at one point you manage to reach the final group. You swing your blade left and right, hoping to squeeze through the wall of black and golden furs. A strong arm claps around your waist. You hit the ground, trampled by feet. The blunt pain in your leg is followed by something tearing it off. Levinas' soul has left its shell. So when I say, well, good night. Damn it! Find opportunity for a throw. Stretch out, allow your shoulders to rest for a bit. Your pace lets you observe the fish trying to catch their tiny prey above their water, the nest hidden among the branches. How would this help me? Why would taking a stroll help me? Let's see. Shadows cast. Your axe is not much comfort. You take a better look at your belts. Okay. Is it going to be the same thing? Maybe. Let's see. I do this. Right? Practice. What if I use here and now? And crossbow. Out of options. No? Okay, so there is one more thing. Walk in the valley. Linger. And then, nope. Bye-bye. You run your eyes over the few groups of beasts and rush toward the gully. The monkeys triumphantly howl, giving you a headache, and chase after you until you reach the meadow. You have no doubt that they won't flee from you ever again. You can only hope that Ephraim will accept your explanation. It doesn't take a sage to figure out what happened here. She's probably alive. She's probably alive. Hey. Alright, tavern. I'm still good on food. I'm gonna hold on to the people. As weird as that sounds. Hold on. Alright, questions about the peninsula. I know you're more about places. So. High Island. She leans forward, but her voice seems to be incapable of a whisper. You don't plan to swim there, do ya? You won't get there without a boat. And with a boat, it's still a dice roll. There's always a drunk or two in rocks and howlers who says they've been there. But it's all rubbish. They hardly touch the island's wall. You try to pressure her a bit, but don't learn much. She claims that it's high above the sea on the top of a wall-like steep cliff, and a rope may not be enough for one to get to the top. From time to time, a pillar of smoke flies out the volcano in the center of the island. The whole place is green with animals as great as dragons. Could it store treasures like the folks say? Maybe, but no soul knows where to look for them. For all I know, some child started a tale and played with everyone's desperate dreams. Tribe of Green Mountains. Spell it wrong. Okay, spell it. Which places? Part of the forest. Oh, mountain, not mountains. Tribe of. Is it the mountain? Tribe of the Green Mountain. She looks at you in silence, then suddenly bursts into laughter. Was it me who told you about the tribe of the Green Mountain? Shameful. Her shaking chest is like a running beast. Oh, love, they won't be happy to see you. They live in a cave far from here on the mountainside far east. They try to stay away from what happens in the lowlands, but they don't even want to trade with us anymore. It's almost a decade, I'd say. When you ask her why their presence is such a secret, she scratches her knee. It's their will, and we seek no conflict with their weird shamans. They know of the monks from the monastery, and they're afraid of what they'll face once the Unites arrive. You know what the church does to pagans? Both of those words are dripping with disgust. If you have to walk them, ride south to the old bridge, then turn east until you reach a game trail. Just stay on the northern side of the brook and be sure you get the tickets somehow. Woman, you just gave me a quest. I need a pen. Alright. So let's see. South. Old bridge. Say old bridge. That stone slab bridge? The old bridge. gets her own things. Awesome. Cool. Learned about that. Many places, right? Fishing hamlet? The fishing hamlet. Never been there. I've heard it's just a couple of buildings and a week's mall. There used to be more hamlets on this side of Hag Hills. The lumberjack one, but as far as the wood, but as the fear of the woods grows, folks don't dare to live in such little groups. The soldiers camp in the far south as the last one. Honestly, we're done with Hag Hills, at least from this side. The old mine by the western road is flooded and there are no plans to build a new quarry hamlet. Old Pagos cuts better blocks of stone anyway. She looks through the window at the lake. The river that flows by the southern road is wide and strong. No bridges or settlements. If there's anything behind it, no soul is found. Old Pagos. How does one activate fancy keyboard? Can I be sneaky? Let me see if I can be sneaky. Old Pagos. Pagos. Good time today. Pagos. Let's see. Deck. You'll do good visiting that place, dear. Maybe one of the oldest villages in the north, but even if it's not, it's safe. With strong walls and safe roads. Their crops are weak, but for generations now they've been cutting stone and building for other tribes in exchange for supplies. Some time ago they tied themselves to the monks, and now they don't look kindly on those who don't follow the orders of truth. She pauses, twisting her lips to one side, choosing her words carefully. But they're plenty fine folks, true believers. Something lost in the city, not one city with slave trade. What was it? It's called the monastery. Yeah. This is it. Look. They don't have it. I mean, they got monks. Sateri. Do I look like a pious woman to you? She moves her bent arm up and down, flexing her muscles. The monks came to the mountain long before I got here, taking over the old pagan caves, trading their crafts for food with old Pagos. Now the entire village follows their teaching, and those who live in the monastery can stay inside as long as they want. A friend of mine needed to talk with them, so she called them with something like a bell, and then she stood by the gate for an hour waiting for anyone to speak with her. You ask her for any interesting rumors, but she apologized with a shrug. The place of secrets. There was this late fire mage from Gale Rocks, truly a dear. He told me that whenever he slept there, he felt as if his soul was stronger. Fingers lighter, spells brighter, he used to say. Well, the Howler's got him anyway. I think you've already told me about Gale Rocks, but just in case. Right, it's better somewhere than fishing both seashell. Yeah. Thanks. Maybe there's someone you know who's been down there. She scratches her knee. How could I, dear? It's such a dangerous place, and there are folks who be upset with those reaching in without their permission. Okay. Time for me to go. Cool. You found enough clues to believe that Asterion has traveled to High Island, the northwest peninsula, and hasn't been seen ever since. So far, you know almost nothing about this place. So, yay on that front. We're getting there. Say the foragers, 6 hours. I can go here and turn in the like, hey, I tried to find her, and that thing I gave you was hers. Head back to the they said Old Bridge. I'm a bit cleaner. She can't want to tell me anything about the miniatures. The hunter. Do you know of any creatures that live on High Island? How could I, friend? I haven't been there. He suddenly looks to the sky, raises his hand, and starts to tap the top of the wolf's head. But the harpies? Aye, they're common on the coast. On open waters, I saw them from Gale's Rocks Beach. Rocks and sticks don't fly well when thrown upward. A bow would be a safer bet. Have you ever met? He leans away, gives you a surprised look, and then shrugs to nonchalant that his hat falls on his back. Nah, they use the old speech. It sounds like a drinking song of a seagull. He scoffs at his own joke. They only talk to our elders, like Foggy, whispers. I don't call her that. There was a time when they gave us seeds and spears on a visit, and we also brought them gifts to ask for something. What was it? After he pats for a bit, changing topic. I know where she went, where she disappeared. He keeps chipping in until you tell him to listen to the end. He respects your wish, though he frowns so much that you wonder if you can see him. Caught by a cat, buried by howls, and a grim, violent tale. So let's hope there are no eavesdropping children in sight, he said quickly. But as no one responds, he carries on. Though I'm not so sure I believe you, friend, as you have nothing to show. Right, like, it's been many days, dude. He purses his lips but gives you a slow nod. I found two of us, and knowing that they didn't protect each other, I think there's no point in waiting. We may still be surprised, but... Well, we had a deal, and you did your part. Thanks, I think. He puts an open palm on his forehead and closes his eyes. Once he notices that the wolf's head obstructs his fingers, he takes it off. I shall like this head. His voice is empty. He told me he'd get an even larger one. He looks at you. There are tears in his eye. Yet his voice is absent. Yes, we had a deal. I'll join you on your own venture when the time comes, but I need to first close this ordeal. You ask him what he needs, but he puts on the hood and works his lip into a shadow of a smile. Nothing from you, friend. I already spoke with the others. The wood is ready for a fire. We're meant to roast. We've meat to roast. You did a lot for our little tribe, and we'd love to see you at our table. There may be some tears among us, but there'll be laughter, songs, and enough of Foggy's cast to get a thing or two. You suddenly realize the opportunity at hand. A group of vulnerable, dazed souls may open their ears to your requests. If you're on their good side and know enough about them, you'll be able to offer them a covenant with Pavlana. I can hang. God damn it. The supportive creaks drew missing hunters. Just don't keep us waiting for too long. I may be in your debt, but I want to put all this behind me, focus on what's to come. Farmer? I was hoping like she'd be like, oh my god, help us. Right, carpenter? Alright, have you met the tribe? Ooh, not the eastern half. I restored the brook that connects the east toward the heart of the forest. I know the place. I don't think we're gonna see that many wagons going through there in the next few seasons, but it must have been quite a few hours of work for a single shell. You're quite close to the beast. You realize he's not as much addressing you as thinking out loud while reaching for the wooden case. His fingers play with the contents for a bit until he takes two dragon bones out of it. One for the labor, another one for the threat. You must say, not too bad for carrying rocks. True. Started sending the foragers and hunters to farther parts. The monster's still there, but you're surprised he's yeah, too late, too tired. Need help. Have you met them? The chisel falls out of his hand. When he reaches forward, he looks around, making sure there's no one around. Not really. When I was a kid, I saw the older tribes folk speaking with them in the old speech, I think. They aren't around anymore, but I've heard we owe them a lot. Man, 4 hours? Can you even make it there? This would be the best time, when everyone's sad. We won't start the fire before dusk. Our hearts are ready, but are you sure you have time? Yeah, I am. I'll help with the food. He stands up with a smile to the house of gatherings. Can we talk about this and that? The rites take little time and go by without prayers, singing, or sacrifices. The family members share their memories and regrets. Every story you hear is vague, yet accompanied by understanding nods and looks shared among the tribe, as well as chuckles and tears that start long before. After the years you spent of lava, and it's hard for you to imagine how familiar and intimate all the people around you are. Even Foggy and her staff. busy. The tavern is closed. You now sit at a table and the first few meals are brought in. Bowls are mostly filled with meat, but it's the humble loaves of bread, slices of cheese, herb sauces, fish, and wild fruits that just your thirst. Bread. The warmth of the bonfires reaching your face. It's comforting you when you never cold gust of rain hits the square. The cooks have pierced the chunks of game meat with long sticks and are boiling the flames. Maybe no please, but I share them in the moment. The wood cracks beneath the flames. Ooh, I have so much food. Please, help me. You've never seen the village of Tweaks described as it. The way the locals face their morning pats on the backs or hands or palms, as well as long embraces and whispered condolences. As time goes on, more and more people rest on the stool. Exceptions. An old man with no legs is lying on a blanket, served by an old suit. One of the hunters steps away and gets back on the bonfire, keeping an eye out for any demon or appearances. So she is sitting in front of the building, singing about the forest and the past and the guards of the past. Right? Ask about social. I feel like I need to ask about social. It's an ask. Well, cooks are bustling about, bringing supplies from the house of gatherings and taking care of the roasting. Most of the children are only half awake. As the cups get filled with mead, ale, and cider, brought here by Foggy, Ephraim is the first person to sit down next to you and loudly, though he's still observing things. His wolf cloak is nowhere in sight, though from time to time he reaches toward his head as if he's not now shining in the dancing light. Judging by the way he sways and how absent his eyes are, he opened one of the past a few hours back. Where's your hood? He scoffs. My boring-ass brother told me it's too silly for the rights. You hear that? My trophy, my biggest prey. Too silly to say farewell to 3 hunters. Try to respond, but he interrupts you by pointing at his bud. I'm now when you're dead. You're going on a journey? His eyes shiver in anger. I was losing my wits waiting for this evening. You kept me for so long. Waiting. Literally, as soon as you told me, I said, let's do it. Can't you see? Those were my friends. As he rambles, his thoughts wander off somewhere else, and before he gets back to you, a log gets piled back against a full mug. Smell the contents of what. Catch the sweetness and distinctive aromas of roasted malts. A single sip makes you think of a cookie or the caramelized sugar. Something you smelled a few times among the city walls. Skulls. Though you never bought more than one at a time. The beverage is much stronger than most beers and you don't taste it, but far from it, so you decide to enjoy it slowly. The carpenter nods approvingly, grabs himself a stump, and joins you with his own smoothie. All 3 of you stare into the flames, hardly noticing a few more tracks of focus on the other. The carpenter breaks the silence. How are you doing, Lavanis? Life's been treating you for the peninsula? Bro, I just got banned from the Howler's Den, and I might have died a couple times trying to get to your friend. Had good days. I'm just trying to survive. All of these, it's like, every day is a struggle. It's a savage place, bro. I'm just trying to survive. I don't even think about it. I'll start living once I'm done with what I need to do. I've had some good days. Wonderful. He strokes his stomach into your eyes. Just don't disappear like a Styrian. He'd rather chase after something his whole life than walk away with it. Not like me, but also, tells his body, pointing him out there in flames. Not like that. After a few moments, you realize that almost all of the adults are gathered behind you, observing you keenly. As the tension rises, you think about your blade, now resting by your saddlebag. It's Elon who asks the question. We owe you a lot, Lavanis. How do you really help us? Lavo wants to reach this land. For your own sake, you should join it. Taxes for the protection and loyalty to the new trading realm. Old Hava was right, says one of the farmers, so that's why they sent the second one to the woodcutter. The fuss stops as quickly as it started, cut by the loud voice of the drunk Ephraim. Let the Roadwarden make a case for it. Glance at the eyes of the locals. Some of them are distrustful, others are curious, and a few are excited. Even though you already recognize many of these names, the dancing flames make them look like the strange crowd waiting to see. Old druid. Struggling with monsters for decades now, it's finally time for you to see allies. See your tools, weapons, you need iron, you need copper. You really don't have as many supplies as you can. The actors alive is not safe. You don't really believe the world is safe without a forest, iron, black wood, and a stone. The proper guards to protect blood is growing thick and seek new settlers among city folk. This is safer roads to find They say your blood is growing thick. Does that mean, like, y'all need to go to other villages and have families there? I want to grow crops better. Yeah, it's a young village. They've only been there for like 2-3 decades, but I guess like, you know, it's like, look, you got to spread out. You're all alone up here. You grow crops, but you have no experience. The city's help may hire specialists. It's risky, but you know me well. I have your trust. I wouldn't try to trick you. I'm talking to a bunch of people right now, trying to convince them to join my city.
Alcohol?
I already have alcohol in me, and they.
You have alcohol to offer?
No. I'm at their village. They gave me alcohol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's like, it's a funeral rite. So I'm proposing this at a funeral right now. Because like all the adults sat behind me and they're like, how can you help us? And I was like, join my city? And they're like, eh. So now I'm trying to make my case. I think I'm going to do old druid vibes. Yeah. Beasts don't enter our valley, says one of the hunters, but is quickly shushed, yet adds a one-handed farmer harshly while the herbalist with wavy hair points at the bonfire. And even if it's turning into a prison. Some of the locals nodded, but old Hava's tone is far more docile. Better to have a troll in the yard than a dragon in the bed. Hava? She's like an old farm lady. Elders, listen to your elders. And it's like, no, I'm not gonna kill
I offer.
She has knowledge, okay? We can't just kill everyone who disagrees with us.
I offer.
Ruby, that's not how we solve our problems.
I offer solutions.
It is a solution, but not a good one. I
pocket solutions.
It's, okay, yeah, sure. I need solutions that are peaceful.
There's something kind of evil. Based on nothing.
You don't even know her. She's not evil. I'm gonna get back to reading. We're not killing the old lady. Alright, I've seen your tools and weapons. You need iron. I know you don't have as many supplies, but there's similar stuff to what I said. Say if you want to go crops, better experience with disease help, may hire specialists. The thing is, Hava is like the crop person, but she's old and like going blind. Because I also, this game is fun. Sometimes it lets you choose everything, and then other times they're like, oh, you can only pick one. And then sometimes they'll change in the middle where like, oh, I picked 2 of the 6. Let me pick all of them. And then they're like, aha, you picked 3. That's it. And it's like, ah. So I'm trying to be smart about this. I'm gonna vote. It's the dark skin builder crosses our arms. We've got no smiths either, no furnaces, no place to learn. You mentioned that there are always artisans looking for work. Apprentices, maybe. At least you make sure that they will have enough arms to assist your labor and enough years left to stay with you. You note approving looks among the youth. Fresh blood is of value, says the volunteering. Law encourages them with a smile. And after what I've heard about the city guilds, I don't think an apprentice would be a lazy good for them. And mention blood. Let's follow the blood vibe. Hey. The skinny farmer snickers. Do you address our blood or our loins? A few of the locals chuckle, but even through the scarcity of food is brought up, most of the locals seem to be how that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. Crops. Sorry, Hava. Crops. Old Hava's quick to mention that the fine grain will cost much more than the seeds of wild fruits and vegetables. But as soon as she finishes, one of the hunters confronts her. Hava, you don't always know how to plant the seeds. I've heard about the plant beds having nothing but grass for more than a year. As he mentions it, the other farmers observe their beats as if to avoid their angry enemy. Once the argument between the two gets a bit too bitter, Ephraim knows to go on. Right, Winter? Some of them don't meet your eyes as if to avoid admitting to the days of hunger. Ephraim looks out of sight. Beginning of summer, I'd say, pauses to break the crowd and grin. We had more hunters than ever, but he takes a glass of the bonfire and turns back to the crowd quickly and mentions it. The law observes him for a moment, but doesn't comment. We do have a field now. It may not be so bad. The rest of the tribe adds to both sides of the argument, though no conclusions. Anything on the walls and people say it, do you? Right? Black wood. have stone. Our wall has been enough so far, starts one of the farmers, but his partner, now holding armor on his back, is more powerful. We lost children, chicken, and food to the smaller beasts. We don't have enough eyes to watch everything. Law chips in with enthusiasm. We hope to grow our families or livelihood so we can homes, ground, and wall. I'd rather have it be a strong one. Still, some locals would rather see more effort put into things we built rather than wall. One bad fire in the forest, we don't hunt. I don't like this I don't like it. It's a gamble. A surprised muttering spreads the tribe, and you even hear louder, "What's this outsider talking about?" Once the locals start giving you angry looks, Ephraim's the first one to address you. For our tribe, you're but a stranger. If we were to ever trust you, but use your thoughts, not your own. The group either nods or observes harshly. I have nothing more to add. Then it's time for the discussion and the vote, announces Elon, gesturing for everyone to form a circle and foggy agrees, and fast. We wake up early. I want to reach the tavern soon after sunrise. Oh, and love. She looks at you with a wolf-like grin. Better take care of that before it burns. 2 points at a piece of birds. For the next half hour or so, you listen to a lively discussion, and the opinions are mixed. Many doubts are raised, some of which they verify, pointing replies and references to your previous deeds, but others stand strong. Finally, the voting occurs, and it takes a good few breaths to count the minutes, and you hear the result. The margin is small, but it's a no. Damn it! I stand up! A few people clap, and most of them follow, adding a bunch of cheerful laughter and shouts. Elah spreads his arms, though his eyes are unconvinced. We will not participate in any negotiations for 5 more springs, he announces. A few of the locals approach you to share a kind word and wish you a safe journey to the city. You recognize that they are part of the AI crowd, though their looks are far from sadness. The lively feast continues and the tension slips to show. All you have left are heavy eyelids and some relax for a bit with my gambling friends. And someone to show me a spot so I can shut my eyes. Time to drink. I find him. Chat about. Or gambling. I'd rather not lose money, right? I'm drunk. I'm gonna lose money. You wake up on a pile of furs after just a few hours, still thinking about the feast and your conversation with the carpenter. He didn't take much interest in your pursuits, but some of his aspirations are admirable, while many will most likely never happen, at least not a single lifetime. It had been quite a few days since you had an opportunity to participate in a conversation during which there was nothing to win or lose. The long walk you took between the buildings and fields allowed you to observe the stars at least at a later hour than usual. Now there are loud conversations coming from the main square where people are sitting with plates of cold meat and bowls of gruel, chatting about the plans for the day. Some of them wish you a great day. There are loud conversations coming from the main square where people are sitting with plates. Why is this repeated twice? Bowls of glue are chatting about plans for the day. Russell's well rested. Why is this here twice? Okay. Dip in the creek. Splish splash. I don't know why that's there twice, but okay. Father, we were talking about the room. You want a sleeping spot for one of the hunters? She glances up. Let us mourn for a stranger. The tribe isn't ready for new neighbors. Hunter? Nothing? Huh? I don't know what I'm gonna have vitality. I'm ready to help. And maybe you'll leave me there and I'll be close. He springs up and leads you to the square. Gather folks for the woodcutting. He orders the children and waves to the adults to pay their attention. He looks at you with a smile. We have sharp axes, full stomachs, spare wheels, and you can leave your mount at a creek. Nothing like a day of grazing, napping, and Without waiting for your response, he addresses the approaching souls. None of them are older than 30. Alright, Russell, I'll be back soon. After a few minutes, the crowd gathers next to the bridge, organizing their simple carts and wagons that are held only by ropes, joints, and leather straps. You notice that one of them carries a pile of bulky sacks, so you ask Soshi with a massive axe of other contents. Just food, friend. She looks at you with excitement, exhibiting an inaudible melody. What's on wheels light as a feather, no need to hunt in the woods. The illustrator points, she throws her tool in her cart next to her. Just in case, I'm gonna keep my axe on my belt. It doesn't take long for the sounds of wheels and boots to cut through the songs of birds and insects. Your loud journey is accompanied not just by the sounds of trampled and kicked rocks, but also the conversations of the woodcutters who are spread around without many worries. You cross the thin gorge where Ephraim the hunter is waiting on the side of the road. He stands still, looking around like a meat guard from the city. But once you get closer, he joins you with an excited look and light steps, shaking the wolf's head. Don't worry, friend. You may be here to protect us, but my destiny is to keep you breathing to the very end. What happens after the end? There may never be one, or we may not see it coming. His tone is cheerful as he glances at the humble caravan. But don't worry, I have a feeling a good day is ahead of us. Oh, I feel like those famous last words. You move past the tavern and head south where you encounter Lon and Zibby, the foragers. They move through the meadows with long sticks in hand and baskets on their backs, seeking food in the meadows while also scaring away potential snakes. Once they notice your expedition, they run up to the road, where the larger man asks the other about their health and days. After a few minutes, they reach you and Ephron. You look both like a flock of vagabonds and a squad of guards with all these axes and spears, says Lon. Weird to see you all in one place without the walls to hide you, crude as they are. This catches my interest. The palisade isn't that bad. Lon looks at you with an open mouth and glances at Zibby, who simply shrugs. It rots a lot. Oh, this would have been great information to have. And some creatures squeeze through the beams, especially in the back. They steal food, and this one time they took a baby. Ephron's voice is unusually tired. My brother often says he'd like to make a wall of stone, but who knows when we'll have enough to buy it. After that, the foragers speak briefly about the plans Ruben has for the rest of the journey, then announce it's time for them to get back home. I wish them a safe walk. Buddy, keep your eyes on the road. The farther away you get from the foraging ground, the more quiet the tribesfolk is. The hours of wayfaring the legs and the atmosphere grows tense as some of your weak companions are asking you to hold on the carts for at least a few minutes. Ephron looks behind, then at you. Do you ever sing and hold on during work? His words are so loud you seem to have the person also heard you. You sing the songs of the sea, some of the tunes from before the war. The songs are a bit more tame than the ones from the villages. Some themes sound too awkward when the priests are around. Now let's slow down the wayfarers. Let's go with sea songs. How do they go? You recognize Soshi's voice. You start with your favorite shanty, leading the group with a quick, repetitive melody as they lead, and then giving them time to repeat the last few words. Once everyone learns how to follow, the woman replaces you, giving your poor throat some rest, but also adjusting the words slightly. Ship turns into boats, krakens into dragons. It's hard to tell anymore if it's a song about missing home from the waves of the ocean or being lost in the woods. Annoyed at how they reject the proper way. Yeah, it's fine. That's how stories go. Now they have a cool sea shanty song. We can eat here, declares the hunter as you approach the watchtower and asks the people behind him to spread the news. The cart and travelers gather in the middle of the crossroads, forming a defensive circle, while some of the folks unpack food rations. Before you sit down on the grass, Ephron gestures for you to join him. Help me, I. Like, it's like you're like mid-squat and you're like... Right as you're about to sit down, someone's like, hey, can you help me? And you're like, what? The two of you approach a wagon covered with a rawhide. After the hunter pushes aside, you instantly realize what the man plans to do. It's not much, but enough for the winter. Watch out for splinters. A few breaths later, you lean the new door against the wall, then start removing the old pieces of wood from in the way. It's not hard work. Your job? He didn't. The hunter points at the marks left by a spilled beverage. It used to be a table. We have no way of making a lock, but maybe bears will learn how to turn it on. Let's put the old wood back in the cart. Ila will do it. Sure. Some of the tribe's folks wander a bit farther away, searching the tall grasses for food, as if their habits are stronger than fear, but after the hunter orders them to regroup, they stay disciplined. After a short break, the expedition starts to restore its shape, while you and the hunter leave them behind, scouting the land. The overgrown path twists between the hills and bushes. This route has issues much larger than a fallen tree, and its course is tied and fire. 2, maybe 3 more years, and it'll be safer to block it completely. Both of you reach for your blades when a sudden cry comes from down the road. It resembles an ape, a young troll, or a human tormented by visions. It lasts for a few breaths and ends as abruptly as it started, but it isn't followed by an attack or even footsteps. Alright, stay here. You push away the leaves and once again hear the cry. It comes from one of the goblins gathered at the side of the road, none of which looks in your direction. Their thick furs and shades of brown and black make you realize that you've encountered the very same pack in this area before. He's like, mofos. Most of them stand still in a silence, either on all fours or using crude sticks and clubs to remain upright. 2, however, are hitting the ground with their fists and shaking the empty shell of yet another goblin, an elder covered with gray fur, whose upper half is leaning against a tree, while the bottom half is a few feet away in a puddle of blood. That spilling out of its stomach don't suggest a promising diagnosis. Get back to Ephron, who's too focused on his cudgel to adjust the tilted wolf's head. So, yeah, goblins, they're mourning their dead leader. So it's been wailing? I didn't know they cared. I mean, they get caught by beasts as often as we do. He then frowns, and his words make him unsure. But after he shakes his head and adjusts his hat, his confident self appears. Well, there's more of them among the trees keeping watch. Let's gather a third group of fighters and strike them first. You know who to pick, and it won't take long before the pack is crushed. Well, there's no need to hurt them. They'll flee from our loud wheels in large numbers. I hope. And why'd you care? His whispers get louder and you catch a hint of disgust. The more of these vile creatures we take down, the more merciful the woods become for us. Hold on. Right, the spirits will be angry if we just murder willy-nilly. Each prayer is that there's free food to pick here. Let's not waste our strength before the actual work. They may seek revenge. Beasts need goblins for food. Getting rid of them puts humans in danger. Ooh, that's a good one too. Having this pack around sustains the road even more slightly. That's true too. Oh god, all of these are. Right, the beasts eat the goblins. If we get rid of the goblins, then we're next. What difference will a few short apes make? These forests are full of wild beasts and plants. Even the hills are green. We could kill 100 goblins and it would change nothing. Ephraim. The man squeezes the wolf's head, taking off for a few breaths. Fine. The sudden break of his whisper sounds to you like a shout, but I see no wit in what you're saying. Once you reach the rest of the expedition, the instructions are clear and simple. Though a few voices argue, it would be better to fight. After mentions your conversation says that we pay the Roadwarden for guiding us, so we won't ignore direct instructions. Oh, please be quiet. You make sure to be louder than you need, add the occasional shout and the sounds of wooden handles hitting the wagons to the noises of boots and wheels. When you reach the bloody spot, you only find the legs and loins of the Grey Goblin. One of the woodcutters mentions it's too bad there will be no goblin tusk for necklace, and the others not agreeing. Roadwarden asked for it, Roadwarden responds, starting a wave of chuckles. The hunter seems grumpy. Buddy. It's like, you chill. Yeah, I'm gonna kill goblins. It's not too bad, says Soshi as you reach the fallen tree. It's thin, we can surround it. The workers divide the tools and you use the carts and wagons to put a barricade. Explain that they'll move them once a day when it comes to loading time. You prepare your own belongings and you notice that the tribe awaits your command. Good start. The broken wagon is the first task that the workers take care of. A few dozen souls that arrive here would be enough to simply push the tree to one side, and what would be an exhausting task for lesser workers will take them time. Use the crags to observe the area, moving around without haste. Extracting noises of your group scare away many creatures. Eyes that observe you are mostly spread along the tree crown and have the highest points in the forest. You spot a few bexes, monkeys, and many birds, but no pets, running, dragons, and wolves. Alright, the saws and axes split the tree in a few spots at once, while the less experienced members of the group trim the branches and carry loads of wood until they're asked to replace the exhausted wood. Then the work slows down, but never stops, and while the constant noise finally blurs the presence of a small dragon walking on all four legs, each one as large as a human, seeing your large group makes a turn back, even though you would most likely be to its skin. After another few hours, no one has enough fortitude to start a conversation. Once the carts and wagons are ready, the crew demands half an hour. The bridge. The road back is rough. The heavy blocks of wood require the dragging feet to turns every few minutes or so, hoping that no one will be pushed to exhaustion. Crossing the bridge is the worst part. Lifting and dropping the vehicles is too dangerous for the primitive wheels, and one of them breaks and need to be replaced on the spot. One of the foragers finally proposes keeping up soil to temporary gentle slopes, which again takes a lot of time. You and Ephraim sit down at the stream bank, observing the water. Let's hope we reach the tavern before nightfall, he states simply. You're so exhausted that seeking an answer takes you a bit of time. Like the workers, you could use a better bridge. Where does this stream go? Just like you guys need a better bridge, man. This is gonna be a problem. Like the stone slab is solid, but like unless you put slopes on it, where does the stream go? Well, I don't know. The sea, maybe? I think it goes through the heart of the woods. But the terrain here is so uneven, I have no clue. Maybe it fills a big hole beneath the cave somewhere. Once you're ready for the rest of the journey, you really don't feel like getting on your feet. 5 dragons, huh? Or almost there. We got this, guys. We're a great team. Foggy and her crew welcome you at the gate with their few tables, benches, and chairs moved aside outside the palisade, inviting everyone to sit down and eat. Though more than half of the crew has to sit down on the wagons, 2 of the foragers refuse the meal, instead laying on soft grass. They're like, I don't want to eat, just let me sleep. You all get a bowl of warm stew, heavy and fat, with snake eggs placed on top of a piece of pheasant meat. The vegetables are properly seasoned and juicy, though you'd love to have an extra pinch of salt. The worst part of the road is behind you, and while people remain quiet, they eat with enthusiasm. The tavern keeper approaches you in effort. It may be dark, but you feel as if she's covering you with a devouring shadow. Well, loves, how's the road? Worth the effort? Keep it going. While the hunter sighs, too tired to say a word, you indulge her appetite for gossip. You describe what you've seen, and as she scratches her large chin, she seems unsure what to say. So the real gloom is behind the tower, but even before it, we need more work. You chit-chat until Ephraim starts to wake up the nap waters with his boot. Alright, no time to waste, off we go. Whole day just doing tree stuff. Saved! One with a big act crosses the gorge with laughter, and the expedition leaves the carts and wagons in front of the bridge. Seeing how dark it is, you're not surprised to learn the unloading will occur after dawn. Not like anyone's gonna steal it, says one of the foragers, though everyone makes sure to take the remaining food rations. We were lucky, but let's not tempt the beast, says the hunter. The rest of the tribe welcomes your group from the open gate, and relieved laughter fills the little village. I should have done this first before I tried to convince them. They seem surprised to learn that no one got seriously wounded. Elah and Ephraim share a brief embrace, but the carpenter doesn't hesitate to mention the hunter's smell. You realize you also need more path. If they betray me now, I'll kill them. Whoa. Chill. The carpenter reaches for a lit torch and asks you to follow him. 5 dragons is a lot, but I'd pay 4 times as much for keeping everyone safe. You did a good job, friend. He opens the wooden cask and counts down the pieces of bone. Tell me, Labanus, what do you think? How's the road? You know, how worship we feel on it. Could be worse. Sorry, it's you need a year-long road warden or group of soldiers. It's empty but beautiful, even the old abandoned structures. You realize I've seen many roads. There's nothing unique about this one. Protect it, it'll be safe. Neglect it, it'll be lost. Could be worse? Oh, I bet. Managed to make the eastern path safer. Yay. He pats his stomach and pushes the coins toward you. It's all just a beginning, but so far I've no doubt we're moving in the right direction. The carpenter pauses for a longer while and starts to draw an invisible map on the workbench with his fingers, muttering to himself, yes, incessantly. You've already done more on the road than I've expected, friend. I dare say more than any outsider in this generation. The tribe can take it from here. He reaches for something resting on a log beneath the table and turns toward you. You already received your pay, but maybe you'd like to take a hair pelt as a gift? Foggy doesn't need it, but you've got a dragon or 2 for it in another village. You take a look at the fine fur and roll it into a more mobile shape. Seeing how Law observes you, tell him to just ask. I can't figure out what pushed you to be this much of a help to us, friend. I know some of the things you've seen were just on your path, but others took a huge, true risk. Let's see. It's just what a road warden ought to do. Your pay was fair. Creeks is holding place. I hope it succeeds. I swear. Oh, I do have my reasons. Either 1 or 3. It's just road warden. It's a lovely place. Right, it is. It is a really nice place. I wanted to succeed. His proud smile is followed by a victorious stance. It's one of a kind. Living here is only going to get better. I'll put my whole life into making sure that. He rests one hand on his stomach and reaches out to you with the other one. Come here another spring or later. You'll see a real change in the peninsula. I pretend to be focused on the pelt. If I'm ever around, I'll be sure to see how it's progressed. I shake his hand. I'm sure I will. I'm sure. Yay! His large hand is callous, and even the brief touch is enough to notice the cracks in the chopped-off skin. Signs of his amateurish labor. I doubt you'll find much more to do on this route, but if I turn out to be wrong, let me know. He then sits down on the stool and looks at his tools with a big smile. Yay! Huzzah! I need to get clean. You're nice and clean, Hava. The tribe says you're worth keeping around. I'll show you your scrap of floor. She leads you to the main square where a few people wave at you, then simply push pushes open the door of the building that's near the northern bridge. On a bench next to the entrance, a young, visibly pregnant woman is leaning against the wall. Her bare feet are stretched out and make small circles, moving up before taking off. A new neighbor, she warmly announces, finally free from inns and caves, eh? Before you respond, you hear Halva's frustration. I'm done reading. Okay. Follow her inside. The house is a single, large chamber, airy and bright. While the door has no lock, a massive bar that can be used to barricade it is right at hand. And the shutters seem just as safe. The signs of the residents are spread on the floor, shelves, tables, stools, and inside an open chest. At first they seem disorderly, but you then recognize that the sleeping spots under the walls are surrounded with items of distinct purpose, such as tools or toys. While there's not much privacy to be found here, there's still some sense of ownership and attachment to objects and spaces. As you've already seen the lives of locals take place outside, you recognize but one shape sleeping in a corner, a guard you've seen before, resting after a night shift. Your guide is standing above another corner next to an open window. It's the only spot that's free of clothes and other odds and ends. You are the 8th dweller, so be quiet during the nighttime and be clean at all times. That's it. She turns around and leaves you with a large pile of furs on which you spot no dumpster here. It's always good to have more options, but that's about it. I leave the house. I'm no one's neighbor. I look at the empty corner, my new home, and sit down for a bit. I place around a few small things of mine as a mark of ownership. Oh, I got my own little corner. I have a place to sleep. Sorry, it's exciting. A friend? Nothing. Eli? Nothing. Is it sleepy time? It's sleeping at your place. A path of fresh fur is waiting for you. For some time, you'll hear the steps and conversations of your neighbors, but the conditions are better than at most condominiums. The locals respect the rest of others. Yeah. Yeah. I have my own place. Kind of. It's probably as good as it's gonna get. Your first sleep ends and you take care of your regular chores, doing your best to not draw the attention of the crowded room. Once you get back on your pile of furs, it's as comfortable as in bed, but it's not as easy for you to doze off. The noises that reach you are difficult to misinterpret. Man and woman are moving in their spot, though you see mostly darkness. After another few minutes, similar sounds reach you from another spot. Oh no! It's like I just want to sleep, guys. Just get my ace butt just back to sleep. Cringe. I really try to sleep. Just a bit quieter, I whispered. This isn't too bad. I'm gonna cringe. I'm just like, there are people making babies near me. Some people are getting or preparing to leave, others are in a deep sleep. There are loud conversations coming from the main square where people are sitting with plates of cold meat and bowls of gruel, chatting about their plans. Me, splish splash. Still don't know what the third item is. Alright, don't need to talk to locals. Lava is fine. Hunter is fine. Alright. Cool. We did the tree. Do I even have the tree on my list of things to do? Still need to head to White Marsh. Northern Road we did finish. Let's that. But while we go anywhere else, I'm assuming I mean this one. Prepare for another chase. See the first few members of the pack spotted wolves. But this time they only observed a few howls coming from a place you can't see, and the colorful animals turn away vanishing wolves. Resting in the bushes stops you once you close them. It's the spot from where I can get east of the tribe. Alright, here we go. You don't see any easy way to move east. If there's any path to take, it's completely overgrown. The thorny bushes won't allow you to move without harm. Even if you could, you wouldn't be possible to be safe. Let's see. Pack my things, undress and dress with the water from the path. It will take a couple hours, but I cut down the bushes. This is the ocean. I'm gonna cut it down. Because then, if there's a monster, I can quickly escape versus trying to run through the water again. The sun isn't harsh. As long as no beasts are going to bother you, you can expect a fair bit of careful labor. The thick gloves allow you to move or clean up one of the You push the plants away, then cut right above the ground. The stems are healthy and flexible, with enough time to turn you manage to cut through them and throw it aside, one by one. After a few hours, you feel hungry, but at least you reach the game tree. this in. Put it in my mouth. Pack my things, sharpen the axe, prepare for the rest of the day. Russell peacefully chews the grass, enjoying the sun on his back. Inventory. Eat. I don't have time. Wash myself. Oh! Hearing your mount's fearful snort, you tell it to quench its thirst, but then a harsh bite reaches your calf. You look down, another wave of pain, and your blood flows. In a panic, you climb back out, grabbing a cup of grass. A fish is still holding your thigh. You pull it, squeeze with anger. Its mouth is filled with thin, inch-long teeth. You need a bandage. Expect the fish. Right? Because I'm like, if I put that in the bush, then something is going to be like, free food. And I decide to. Right, travel this way. It wouldn't be wise to ride through a lush meadow. There are animal pits and molehills, and the ground is covered full of roots, rocks, and mounds. Putting more weight on Russell could turn any stumble into a broken leg. You lead it by the reins and kick it around. Such lands are a common hunting ground for dragging away past its sneaky pits. Finally, you reach an narrow game trail. The rest of the journey should be easy. The trail turns into a wider path that leads to the water. Creeks, tombs, gentle rain, embedded with countless pebbles, surrounded by the chants of insects. Russell quenches his thirst to refill the light. The trees by the road still bear signs of past treatment, but the shadow of old cactus now. There's a bunch of edible leaves in sight, though all the vegetables are already dug out of the ground, except most of the apples. You glance at the cave's entrance and let outside the sight of bones. You can hardly squeeze inside. A portion of the path forward is clear. You can sit down and cook and watch yourself. Trying to be clean. Alright. Forward, forward. Is it 7? No. Yes. Forward. Right? The sword fruits are already rotten among the grasses, while the wild strawberries are open. Since most of the remaining fruits get sheltered by worms, you pick only a few apples and plums. The lettuce and cabbages are gone. All that's left is purple soil. Soil, actually. Cool. Soil. Oh, it is. It's a leafy green plant with a lemony flavor that's used in cooking and has some medicinal applications. Wash everything from the street. Alright, Russell, wish me luck. You carry a torch, the rope, your gloves. You can't get too far away without putting Russell in danger, so you don't take any heat. Check. Up! You should be able to squeeze it. A ghastly screech hits the air. You step back, dropping a part of your foot. A creature is running at you. The monster looks like a furless, gray, wrinkled human with stunningly long limbs. You see its bones, as if the skin hardly contains the bones. In the blink of an eye, it squeezes through the entrance, bending in ways that seem impossible. You've disturbed the lair of a corpse eater. Son of a... God. Okay. I jump away, take a wide swing. I need to cut deeply. It doesn't matter where. Hold on. I talk to her. Corpse eaters. Nimble, limited strength. Okay. Purge. Wolves. Our humans. Right. There's somewhere for sure, but not around. Not many. They can't feast on humans. Last time I saw a year ago, so when we place traps for the old watchtower, that they stay away from the heart of the forest and all the remaining parties. Handle at least one of them that acts. Just remember to give it all right away. Not the beast even slightly. Just cut its arm with something and it's gonna run and panic. It may be dead. They're big babies. I just need to cut it. Yeah! Creature jumps at you right away with arms and legs spread out in a lethal hug, and you're too slow to react. Its arms cling to your own, pushing them along your sides. The legs clutch at your hips. You barely stand straight as it instantly tears through the gameson. On your back, its claws. The terrible stench doesn't help you. Around the rocks, crush its shell. I let myself fall down and crush these limbs. Getting on the ground is dangerous. Go for it! Damn it! Before you hit the ground, the creature spreads its arms, resting its hand on the soil, then sinks its teeth in your neck, still holding you with its legs. Son of a... Alright, let me try again. Grab my axe. Force. Just yeah. The beast also leaps forward with arms and legs spread out. Hug, your axe gives you the crucial finger length of an advantage. Blood bursts from the creature's chest and it falls on the ground. It crawls away, flailing its arms in dread. Finish it off! You catch up with it as it turns on its back. You sink the blade in its torso once, twice, more until it stops moving. Its raised arms stay still for a moment, then rest in breaths. The dark nails, longer than the rest of its hands, lie still. The breath slows down, the carcass smells of unwashed sweat and blood. Well, I better take a closer look. The gray, wrinkled skin resembles that of an old human, but it's hairless and clings tautly to bone, especially the ribs. The torso is short, angular, and the large eyes and long limbs resemble no other monster you've seen. You consider cutting the shell further, but you don't know where to start. You've never seen someone owning a wolf's trophy while putting it into a stew and poisoning the entire tavern. The red-stained grass stinks like rotten. You could collect some of the warm fluid. It's rare and maybe valuable to your usual soul. Sure. You put on the gloves, pick up a broad blade of grass, and carefully gather the wood. You spend some time gathering dry sticks and grass and throwing them at the carcass as far as it takes to avoid the stench. Prepare the worst torch you have. Set the oil on fire and add it to a small pot. Stream. So, alright, return to the cave. I'll save. To the cave. Alright. The ceiling is short, but you can stand upright. The corridors lead to deep parts of the bloody chamber. Unlike the corpse eater, you can't squeeze through them. You spot no human skulls or limbs among the bones, even though there are scraps of molded hands, tombs, as well as some pods of empty club, hood, belt. Thankfully, the corpse eater has cleaned up every scrap of flesh. There's no stench or blood. Trying to rustle and pack a candle between the rocks that's in the ground and carry the wind. Decades ago, before the people used sticks. Alright, put on your gloves and look underneath your hands like into the corners. Your patience is wounded once you spot a glitter in one of the pools. You pull it closer with a stick and find a knife with a broken blade of steel. There's no signs of rust yet. You consider throwing away, but the handle is made of polished bone that was engraved with the shapes of creepers and flowers. You think about your conversation with Utica. This could have belonged to Admon, and it's likely still worth a coin or two. Am I a tiger? Buckle family. Oh, there's still more. Okay, I was like... The grand brown and gray mountains are blocking the horizon, and you doubt the path is going to reach the snow-covered peaks. Without trees and clouds blocking your view, you're like an ant approaching a fortress. Let's hope there's some benches for me to take a break from climbing. I wonder what kind of peace hiding in the rocks. Like, I'm just going to be thinking about my safety. Oh! The unbodied keeper of the garden is standing still, with a dark cloak over her shoulders and an eyeless face observing the woodlands. Their club, more than 3 times as tall as you are, is made of a single piece of rock and could squash you by simply collapsing without anyone's will. Volume check, the game music is twice your volume. Okay, well, turn it down. Do be talking quiet. But hi, Larrington, heck yeah. How are you doing today? I'll turn it down. Slowly, but surely. Turn myself up a little bit. There. A boop! Thanks, buddy.
Larrington just resubscribed vor 32 Monats. Boop.
Like a buddy. Let's see. A set of stairs leads into a convenient corridor-like ravine. The gentle wind carries no shouts or scent of blood. Maybe I can be safe here. The statue's face has no features, and the shell ends with the neck, revealing a dark space instead of a torso. Oh, it's just solid? Okay. You lean closer and notice the coarseness of black and gray gritstone, and how bitten by time it is. Both the figure and the socle, S-O-C-L-E, are stained with white guano. Still, it's extraordinary work. The weight of the giant doesn't rest on its club, but rather on the boots, which are cleverly attached to the cloak. Sooner or later, something will break, most likely the arms. Without them, the statue won't hold its stance. From the second of 2 weeks booked off. Ooh, you did some city hopping? Chill, relax. Chill. I know, what is it? It's September, so there won't be as many streams this month because we'll be at TwitchCon. It's lovely to have you back. Glad you get the chance to relax. What are you trying to do? It's a statue. Talk? You introduce yourself and try to have a chat with the statue. It remains the same. Hug? The stone is cold. Look? You find nothing new about the statue nor the area around it. The statue's face has no features. Okay, so same stuff. Pray. You try to utter a simple prayer, but as a minute goes by and you shift your weight from one leg to the other, you struggle to focus. Maybe there's an altar? No. Where am I? I am at the giant. What does one do at the giant? Way over than I anticipated. Alright. So, the giant, just give me a suggestion of what to try. I imagine if I talk to people, they'll be like, oh, do this, and I'll be like, lovely. I mean, I tried praying. What if I tried kneeling at it? You rest your knees on the ground to show your respect and humility, just like your ancestors would. Ooh, you're kneeling in front of the statue. It feels right. You say a few words and your thoughts are unusually keen and focused as if you entered a new stage of the ritual. I follow the lead of my ancestors and pray as they would. I bet that giant loved going to nightclubs. A big clubber, that one. You place the blanket beneath your knees and prepare yourself for a long prayer. You bow down your head and stretch out your arms, whispering the words that simply feel right. You address the spirits living in the garden and the mountains, asking the ancestors for guidance and wisdom. You can't be sure they're listening, but with many breaths, your thoughts get clear and tranquil. Even Russell is quiet. I pay no attention. Oh. One after another, tiny stars, white, blue, orange, and yellow, emerge from the dark cloak. Some of them get wider and more intense, while many more stay dim. After a few moments, they move no more, and you get used to the hollow darkness remaining between them. It may take me hours, but I do my best to memorize everything I can about the signs presented on the statue. What did I just do? Quest completed. What? You try to get used to the curved surface of the cloak and the plentitude of distracting small dots. Tired as you are, your head gets heavy, pulling your thoughts away from the tiresome and boring task. For more than an hour, you spell out the positions and colors of the larger dots, but whenever you put your memory to the test, it fails you. Finally, led more by your frustration than determination, you manage to get it right. Then again and again, you step away and relax your shoulder. I don't know what I did, but I think I know stars now. Off I go. Seeing how steep this part of the road gets, you dismount. It'll be safe for you to get a bit tired than to push Russell onto the verge of fatigue. Take a sip of wine and start climbing. The road is windy and narrow, but it would fit a single wagon if it wasn't for the sporadic rocks and boulders blocking the path. Some of the larger ones are resting just in the middle, and as you look above, you struggle to recognize where they are. Oh! Ooh, there's an egg here. Am I hungry? I think I'm hungry. Yeah, put some food in my belly. Damn it, can't put food in my belly. The strong wind, the wooden bridge connecting the rock ledges, the distant singing of birds, roars of dragons. You can't pay attention to any of that now, A creature larger than a bear steps away from its nest, then screeches at you through its sharp, black-tipped, golden eagle-like beak. It spreads its wings as wide as a barn gate. You stay in your saddle. I'm just gonna look at it. Its movements are deliberate and confident. It makes a tiger-like leap, then stands still like a statue, while the brown, white, and yellow feathers covering the front half of its shell are still dancing with the wind. Is it a griffin? The wings hinder your sight, so you spot only glimpses of the cat-like claws and the clay-like fur. Its large chest rises and falls slowly. The noble griffin's yellow eyes speak only of violence. Its curved beak is longer than your forearm, and the talons on its front paws are like sickles. You don't doubt that its cruel promise may not only be fulfilled, but are a certainty. A single human with but a simple blade and a crossbow would never survive clashing with a monstrosity this size. You don't have more time to mull over it. The beast leaps toward the rock face. After it flaps its wings, the gust of wind brushes your hair. And time for us to keep going. Goodbye! He's still not there? My god, they really do live up in the mountains. The winds, cold sweat, and altitude makes you want to simultaneously take off your cloak and put on some heavier clothes. At least Russell doesn't seem to care. Still can't eat. Alright, you take deeper breaths. The path ahead seems gentler. There are no more trees, and you're surrounded by grasses, pebbles, sporadic bushes. You look down at the herds gathering around the stream, the rustling leaves and birds, large and small, flying above the forest of the peninsula. From here, everything seems calm. Too bad most people never catch a view. It's just an illusion. The trees hide blood, blades, and claws. There's nothing peaceful. Wish I could see all this from the peak of the mountain. At least getting down will be difficult. My poor buddy, my poor dude. Like, should I just be like, yeah, no one's gonna see this? Or like, no, the forest is dark. It does look peaceful, but we know. We know. A loud screech reaches you from up the path. I swear, it's that griffin again. Can I eat? Sometimes I like to eat in conversations. Nope, not yet. Or at the top of a crag, you see a massive saurian standing on four limbs. It's displaying proudly its dark green skin with a bit brighter stomach and orange stripes on its legs, as well as a tail which is swinging left and right. The size of the monster makes you stop. Before you turn around, you realize there's a short woman sitting on its back, dressed in a red capeson and an iron helmet, with green pants that blend in with her mount. You can't see the details of her hair, but she's not attacking you just yet, resting the blunt edge of her spear on the ground. Her other hand holds the reins attached to a bridle, but put on the monster's head, cramping its wide mouth. Okay, so she's right. She raises her weapon in a greeting and speaks in a language that at first confuses you, but you manage to figure out a few of the words. She's using the old speech, the almost forgotten tongue of your ancestors. Though in a dialect so distant that you doubt you could speak freely with her, you think she's saying something similar to, "Greetings, traveler, are you lost?" I greet her back using the remains of the old speech I heard as a kid. "I seek the village at the end of this path." This time it's who her pauses, then repeats. "The village?" She pronounces it so differently from you that it makes you smile, but you confirm her guess. During the following minutes, you both try to get used to each other's speech. Whenever she uses the city tongue, she does so with sounds she's clearly not used to saying out loud. But as you combine it with gestures and the few words you know from the old speak, it's enough to move the conversation forward rather smoothly. Finally, she asks if you have a message for the chief or the shaman. "Tell me, I'll pass it to them." I'm the Roadwarden. Even though she doesn't give any clear command to her mount, it takes a few steps forward, moving without needing to speed up quickly. After a confident leap, the beast lands on the crag right above you, allowing the warrior to look closely. "Roadwarden," she says in the city tongue, like a Styrian to city folk. You nod. What do Roadwardens do, really? Protect travelers and help settlements stay in touch with each other? You hear a monstrous roar coming from the mountains. The woman looks around with a raised spear, and when her eyes return to you again, her voice is strict. "You'll find no ting from you here, as we seek no travelers, no in touch." Barth, what are you doing?
Barthesv 2 just gifted 5 Subs.
Barth, thank you for the subs. Oh, we are like trying to get to the tribe of the Green Mountain, and I might have tried to convince the druids to overthrow Thais at Howler's Den. It did not go well. It did not go well. And then I might have asked was it the Creeks to join me. They said no. But I found out about High Island, so I just need to get there because I think Asterion is there. So, progress. We're making progress. And I did not die to a corpse eater. Viva la revolution! You know, I tried and it didn't work. It's okay. I live with my decisions. I live with them. I live with my decisions. It's okay. Alright, she pulls the reins and makes a Saurian turn around and then leaps away up the path, staying on top of the crags. Something's happening not far away from here, she shouts from a distance. Let's not risk staying around, we'll speak in the village. Let's go, Russell. Also, I did something with a statue. I did something, like there were stars in it. Then I'm just like, I'm gonna look at it. Right, you ride through the corridor of rock faces led by the jumping Saurian. Well, it said stars. It was like, it looks like stars. They're like, you see these different colored dots and these black masses between them. And I'm just like, stars? Whatever. I prayed at it like my ancestors and it revealed stars. And now I can read them. So maybe I can read like night sky. So like maybe if I get lost, I don't know. We'll find out. The woman in a helmet blows a large horn, longer and thinner than a ram's. With enough power to cause an avalanche. And once you reach the massive wooden gate blocking the path, it's already open. The few people you've seen so far are well equipped, wearing heavy jackets, shields, and steel weapons, though some of them seem a bit old. Your surroundings get more spacious with small garden patches and stone sheds spread on both sides of the path. Riding by the onlookers, you enter a trot, then a walk. The locals pay as much attention to you as to your mount, commenting on your appearance in the old speech. Unlike the guards, the workers are carrying rather simple tools, many of them made of bones or rocks. Their woolen, undyed outfits are appropriate for hard labor, worn and patched up, but also heavy, protecting their owners from the cold mountain winds. But one thing that differentiates them from one another is their headgear. Every person you see is wearing something on their head, mostly ear-covering kerchiefs, vividly dyed with embroidered patterns of leaves, flowers, and gems. They are sea folk, no doubt about it. They have long limbs, hardly any beards, and the few children you see have uncovered hair, wavy and dense. Yet their paleness is unusual, as if they spend little time outside. Your guide is nowhere in sight, but so far no one has tried to stop you. Can I eat yet? Can I eat yet? Please let me eat. I can't eat yet. Dang it! RGB statue? I don't know. Because, like, rolled up there, and they were like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I don't know. Hug, pet, pray. And then I was like, kneel. And then they're like, oh, this feels right. And I was like, oh, maybe now I pray. Things are happening. Yes. Guide's nowhere in sight, but so far no one's tried to stop you. I don't want to trample anyone. Oh! The people of the north reached every village. Yay! What a fun achievement! She awaits you at the cave mouth where the teeth and tongue are so distinct you doubt they were shaped so without the villagers' interference. That's great. The crisp air carries the scent of late summer meadows. Aside from the discussions of farmers and guards, you hear the roaming wind and the gloating ibexes. But the terraces and crops around you are quiet, making you realize it's the first village you've seen in quite a while where there's no constant noise of humming water or of heavy labor. You're safe here, but not welcome, you hear from your guide in the old speech. She's not the only guard in sight. The spears, slings, and clubs are getting a bit too numerous for your taste. We need not a rock from you, rider. You weren't invited by us. Unless you have gift worthy of our chief and shaman's time, we see your visit as needless. Hold on now. You realize she's more than 40, and even if she has a small stature, no one seems eager to replace her as a negotiator or to question her authority. The accent of those who chat in the distance is so dense you can't catch a single word. I need to bring your tribes a gift, so I can see your leaders? She lets out a dishonest laugh. Oh, or why would they want to see you? Your problems are but a pebble in a stream, and we seek no change in the current. Styrian. She gives you a grim look. So is our shaman. She had some big plans with him, but I shouldn't talk about it with city folk. Possessions. She finds a few things that her tribe could use and puts them on an unfolded blanket. Her neighbors gather around and lightheartedly comment on things you carry to the mountain. Okay, not the cider. That's for the White Marsh people. Have Haven't you heard tales of the old times when the chiefs welcomed each other with the best things they had to offer? There's a blade. Something of great value, and what's difficult to find, a sharp blade, a cask full of golden liquid, spices from another land. Maybe the people in White Marsh don't want it. Is there something I could do for you instead? No, she scoffs, but seeing your expression, continues with a serious look of her own. Our mountains will kill any stranger. We spend years mastering their trails and traps. Whatever comes from the woodlands will bring us nothing of value. Don't you dare suggest we are waiting for a city folk to help with our troubles. I'm just bringing news. Bringing news. Save. So she's happy. Bring news. She looks at the faces that surround you. Important to who? To a rider from a city? What does it matter to the farmers, builders, smiths, and fighters of the tribe of the Green Mountain? If we need help, we go to the lowlands on our own legs. I need to sleep. Your shelter. She looks away and speaks with her neighbors. You recognize words such as shelter or stranger. When she's not doing her best to speak slowly and clearly, it's as if she's using yet another language. She then gestures for you to follow her to the shed just a few steps behind you and draws aside the curtain covering the entrance. The room is filled with sacks, old barrels, and bone-made tools. Prepare you a sleeping spot, and your beast can stay outside. The village is heavily guarded at night. Don't be afraid. Soon after, a few of the farmers bring a pile of furs, place them in the corner. Move them to the center when you're ready. Okay, well... Oh my god, I need something. What can I give them? What can I give them? I don't know what I can give them. I can't give them the ale. The ale's for the White Marsh people. We're way over there. This freaking creepers. But I also have the pendant now. But also, Nafasia probably knows how to get to the High Island since she gave steering a boat. Oh, there's so much to keep track of. Hold on. Alright. Right, White Marshes is the bone tablet and the cider, because I gotta tell him what the letter says. Grudgingly. And then... just gonna put... Rex, I need to talk to her. And then... monastery. Because now I have the little medallion, so I can be like, oh, I'm one of you. And we gotta stop by the beholder. And I can drop off, I think I have 2 spirit rocks now, so I think I'm gonna drop off a spirit rock. We'll see you from there. But I have to figure out what rare thing they want. They're not giving me an ale. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, we can't go anywhere in this short period of time. Nowhere safe. Maybe when I sleep and wake up, they'll be more interested in helping. Sleep time. Oh my goodness, no. Wait. Put some food in my belly. Now sleep time. The rains once again hit the ground. God, muddy roads. Fudge. Alright, you gladly leave the shed, making sure that Russell is safe and rested, then prepare your equipment. There's but a few souls around, mostly the guards who place the night shift. The Saurian rider's yawning. Without the helmet, she reveals her short chestnut curls. She's here to keep an eye on you from the cave mouth. And she only wants ale. Give her the ale. Before we leave, we should put food in our mouth. Alright, food is in our mouth. We need more food. But I don't know who's gonna feed me. That's a problem. I kinda wanna talk to her and be like, I know that you're working with Gale Rocks because I have your necklace. Because I tried to show it to the head woman, but she wanted nothing to do with it. So cut through. Maybe hit them up for food if they're willing. But I can also hit up the monastery. Yes, do that. Take me to the bandit's hideout. Into the hamlet. Reach for the pouch with the necklace. I think this belongs to you. Hold on, High Island. Stop bothering me with this nonsense. Her response is as quick as a whip. I ain't got a reason to guide you around. If you want me to help you find a stereo and be useful, not the spying you want me to do. pouch. You gave away the ocean necklace. Hearing you reach for something, she leaps away and turns toward you rapidly, but seeing the trinket, she stands still with an open mouth. After a few heartbeats, she clears her throat and reaches toward you with an open forefinger palm. So it is, stranger, but I ain't one to keep around sentimental rubbish. She glances at her boot. Cheers, I guess. I smile and toss at her. Also, Rufina will make you a new one next time you get home. She'll kick your teeth out. She observes the necklace in silence and glances at the nettles as if it should find its rest with them. Finally, she puts it in a sack at her side, and her mouth is torn between a smile and remaining tight-lipped. I ain't sure I like your nosiness, she speaks slowly. But I admit I like to see Rufina's kicks in those fancy togs of hers. Her steps seem a bit lighter than usual. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna put Glaucia on the list too, because apparently her and Rufina are buddies. I was hoping for more, but I'll take it. I should go back to the You pass a pile of guts and feathers, then a short bloody trail, cat prints. Different part of the forest we go. To the gate. Just like, nope. Don't want to deal with that today. Oh, fudge. The battle cry of a beast strikes you from your right. It's piercing to the bone, like the ravings of a lunatic devoured by their nightmares. The creature approaches you fast and flying. Run, Russell. Save. Run, Russell! You focus on the road ahead, balancing your weight, avoiding the branches and boulders. The creature yells angrily when it misses you in its fall, but you hear no tumbling, just the leaves crushed by its paws and the bent branches. The tree bark torn to shreds, the panicked birds. It gets closer. The tree crowns once again block the sunlight. You enter another corridor of fallen boughs, and the more curvy the path gets, the quicker the beast shortens the gap between you. You make another turn and almost pull on the reins at the sight of another beast. Its limbs, as thick as tree trunks, are taller than Russell and are around the road, not on it. The beast's tower-like neck is devouring the leaves, chewing both loudly and slowly. By its long tail now leaning on the ground, there's a trail of broken plants and moving soil. The beast's skin is bumpy. Parts of it are brown, green, red. You now realize that your pursuer has also slowed down. For now, the giant ignores your presence, if it even sees you. Next to it, you're like a fly. You can't ride around the dragon. You can't turn back. What, am I gonna go through it? You speed up and lean to the side, hugging Russell's neck. You feel your companion's ward. The hooves get even louder. This blink of an eye lasts for years. You ride beneath the dragon's stomach, almost scratching it with your head, and soon after, the legs start to move, making the ground tremble. From the bottomless throat comes a roar that you've heard many times in the past, hanging above the distant woodlands. Your ears are aching. You close your eyes and clench your teeth. Your heart is pounding. Oh my god, please! Just riding under a dragon's belly. There's nothing going on here. You hear breaking wood and roaring creatures in the east. That's fine. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna stop by Old Pagos. I feel like yeah, we'll stop by. See you. New. Alright, I try to learn more about the Highlands. What's that? Give me a moment. She steps away from the people and asks a few people about something you can't fully hear. Once she's back, there's no joy in her eyes. The illness already has taken whom we wanted to speak with. The old sailors from Howler's Den, husband and wife, who found the true word of the right, now gone. Her voice is at the brink of cracking. She closes her brown eyes and regains her composure with a few breaths. Ye may learn more in the monastery, but the monks rarely share their secrets. Wait, please, my necklace. Alright, village, the tribe. She sizes you up. I don't know what you've heard, but they never bothered us, and neither offered us their friendship. The tribe keeps its distance from those who follow Right's tablets. Ask other pagans or their elders. Let's go to the monastery. Come on, necklace. Give me an all-access pass. Let's go. I see. Knowledge about the High Island. It was wise of thee to visit our order, he chuckles, but I'd rather save such knowledge for the worthy. I've got no reason to just throw it away. Ask him to read the letter. You frown. City officials may not be happy about receiving a broken seal. I have closed. Does he not care about my little fancy seal? Shouldn't wear it. Ooh, how do I? Okay, there. I'm wearing it now. He's not gonna talk to me? Back and forth. Hold on. I have to emerge and be like, ta-da! Or maybe she'll be like, ta-da. Nope, nothing. Okay. And we go back to it. Sir. Sir, I'm wearing your little pendant. Nope. Yep. Alright, let me put it away, because I am technically a pagan. Put it away. Getting mad at me. That was a bust. Are we on time? I could go. If I go to the beholder, I can at least drop off the spirit stone. But I will most likely then lose my vitality. They are not happy with me at the Heather's dead. I got things to do. Alright, approach the altar. I offer a magical item. I have 2, right? Yeah, we have 2 spirit bombs. We're fine. Us, spirit bomb. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath, then shatters into dozens of tiny rocks not much larger than grains of sand. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. At least 2 things. He's still, like, here? It's 30 minutes away. Alright. Time to seek shelter. Ooh. Going to the belt. Perfect. What's up, guys? Alright, off. Apologize. Strong fire in the stove lights up the hall. Same stuff as before. Same stuff. Alright. Quintus? Have you heard of High Island? I heard, alright. You can see its volcano from Old Pagos. The monk said it's a weird place, but also a tale for the worthy. You ask him if he knows this tale, and he glances in the direction of his home. Alright. Nothing. Julia? Nope. Innkeeper? Any leftovers? Let's go. Have you heard anything about High Island? I've heard this name somewhere. Let me think. He looks around and picks up a mug and tilts it to peek inside. Oh, right, it's the savage wilds around the volcano. I asked the locals what's with the smoke that can be seen from time to time, but they don't know much about the place either. I asked some sailors if it were you. Say what you did. I'd like to ask about someone. Okay, I think we've talked about all of them. What about she? The singing woodcutter? Last she was here, I was hoping she'd agree to work for us. We have no use for someone who ain't going to fight. Shame. With those strong arms of hers, weird that she hadn't left Creeks yet. A calm place like Gal Rocks would fit her. Iron scraps. Broken knife. I wanted to give the broken knife to... what's her name? Eudocia. I do need food rations. I'm just gonna find myself some food rations. Is that? Oop, to the well. The recent renovated roof. Oh, I can't get clean. I can't get clean. Hey. Alright. Second time. Yes, please heal me and clean me. That's all I need. Let's go check on the guards. Coin. Lost a coin. It's fine. High Island. She looks at the other guards, but is met with silence. 'Tis just an island, says one of them. No soul swims there no more. It's too green. Too many beasts. Unicorns, I heard. Walk away. There's nothing else to find here. Okay, they said there's nothing else to find there. Alright, let us go to her. Drop off her stuff. If not, maybe to Foggy, because I'll be like, hey, I made it there. So, if not, maybe she knows something. Lavana's come inside. I wouldn't mind a bit of company. Yes. No socials. Greet you. The door of the house is ajar. Going inside her house. The chamber is meant to have only one dwelling, but even in Hovlana, it would be seen as outrageously tiny. The air carries the scent of sweat and dirty clothes, but more importantly, smoke. A couple of fish and other pieces of meat are hanging above the hearth, even though there's no fire left. Eudocia is sitting on the floor with her back leaning against the wooden step, legs outstretched, feet resting on a wooden pillar. She's staring intensely at a hot liquid in a wooden bowl in her hands. She ignores you for a good minute, then glances towards you with a weak smile. The house is a mess. If it bothers you, complain to the broth I made. A long pause. Take a seat if you want. No shelter? It's getting chilly outside, and you don't act like a bandit so far. If you need a place to crash, stay in my shed. Just don't carry any candles inside. I store hay there. I sit down on her bed, I take place in the fireplace. I sit next. Yeah, I'm gonna sit next to her on the floor. She nudges you with an elbow. Just don't get weird. So what do you want? Have you heard about High Island? But of course, she says right away, but then leans away and glances at your boots. Though I didn't pay much attention to the monk's tales. She brushes her dark hair with her fingers, asking you to give her a moment. She doesn't share much with you. High Island is the largest island that's somewhat close to the coast. But it's a huge volcano makes it a worrying sight. Maybe covered with green forests and hills, but no tribes aspire to claim it. You may want to ask Foggy. She loves tales of weird places. I believe I did ask her, and she was like, what do you want to go there for? Maybe it's the right time to offer her work in the city. Can I trade first? Nope, she just spirit rocks. You glance at her absent eyes. She has shown you signs of trust, but you won't convince her with just a smile. The more you'll learn about the peninsula, the more arguments you'll have at your disposal. Probably not ready yet, because maybe once I go to the High Island, I'll be like, hey. Whatever. Save it. I have something to discuss with you. She puts her stuff away and looks at your ear, frowning. Are you taking off your mask? Got a good offer. Good for someone, but my soul has neither great needs nor appetite. Pause. Take a walk with me. I want to stretch my legs. Can I tell her about my deal with the guild? You mention the merchants, the officials, and the high status of the enchanters among the city folk. She lets you speak without interruption, observing the surroundings. Still barefoot and with a worn robe, she looks like a cook in an urban garden. You approach the pond and she takes a deep breath. The geese in the distance are as gray as her irises. We're just in time. The air is still fresh. Her tone is hard to decipher. She keeps taking long pauses. I've built so much, and over so many years. Now you want me to tie myself to some coin holders? Or even worse, to leave all this? She waves towards her residence. Residence, that's a word. Behind? Ooh. You know, as he uses some of the city folk. You sure the monks aren't gonna turn against you? She cocks her head to the side. So far, they've done naught to hurt me. I went as far away from them as I could have. I bother no one. Let's see. City folk, they're gonna start. You don't have to be left out. You're close to the crag behind the residence, observing the heavy golem that's lifting large boulders and moving them aside. So far, it's formed a small pile of rocks that resemble its own limbs. You describe the support you've already gathered as well as your further plans. I can either face the avalanche or wait for it to bury me, he summarizes the Miller's voice. No one's gonna honor my own will. What about Asterion? I'd rather not, she grabs her arms above her elbows as if to warm herself up. I just hope he's alright. I'm sure he's dead. He's been missing for this long, he has to be dead. Unless he's stuck on the island. Maybe he's like, I couldn't get back by boat, like something silly. You know best how much you've learned since the day you enchanted that old chisel. In the city, you could speak with other masters, learn how to read scrolls. You unlock your potential. As a soul trained in the blade, you keep your story vague, free of names and places. You describe the golmetic limbs aiding workers, candles that last for days, helmets that help sailors talk during storms. She observes the birds flying toward the eastern mountains, listening carefully. Other masters. She tastes your words as she repeats them. I haven't needed them so far, but she doesn't finish, instead giving you a kind smile. Alright, she flinches. It's not like I smoke it every day. She picks a reed growing by the bank, examines it for a bit, then throws it into the water. But I admit finding the flowers isn't easy. It's dangerous. You mentioned the monsters you've encountered, the destruction of Steep House, the undead of White Marshes, the troll from the old camp in Hag Hills, the plague, the fate of the missing hunters, her own fear of the bandits, her shoulders slump. I know the outside world outgrows me. Why can't it just stay away? What's your decision? You answer a few questions about the city, and her doubtful glances are slowly replaced with polite nods. So all I have is your word for now, but that's better than none. For a few more breaths, you listen to the branches and grass trampled by your feet. Finally, Udicel looks in the distance and gestures for you to follow her back to the gate. I'll speak with your puppeteers, and I've got a little gift for them. A sign of goodwill, she waves it off. Let me gather my thoughts. You reach the front yard, greeted by Russell's curious snort. The enchantress enters her house briefly and brings you what looks like a plank made of rock shards. Tell them I made this 10 years ago. Should be enough to convince them my golems are real. What is it? Well, she invites you to stretch out your hand, then grabs your fingers with her own. Her touch is cold. A keepsake from the time I needed to build my first centaur. The rocks clench to your skin from your wrist to your shoulder, like a sleeve. Your arms get slightly heavier, but the sensation fades away. Don't shake anyone's hand while wearing this. Her words carry both pride and melancholy. It takes time to get used to my spell's strength. To take it off, just give it a rapid pull here. She grabs it close to your shoulder, and the golem glove falls away. Even though the rocks aren't connected to each other in any visible way, they keep their general shape. As long as you don't push any of the parts too fiercely, the pneuma will hold. Oh! Should I hide it in my bags? Can I use it in combat? Thank you for your trust, but also, can I use it in combat? Thank you. I got the glove! Was tasked with taking the golem glove to the city. Whee! After she meets your eyes, her bewilderment gives way to a warm smile. The glove. Well, so does she not want the knife? That's why I was holding on to it. I thought she wanted the knife, but I guess not. This glove. Floating rocks are clenched in the back of your hand, adding brutal weight to your hits without encumbering you. I can suck a guy just. Awesome. All right. I think we might be good. All right. Ask Foggy again. Be like, Foggy, are you sure you don't know anything? I'm hearing stuff. We'll stop by. Do I want to try the old tunnels? No. But I know I need to get to here. So. Stop by Foggy. Because they said no. But I did find, what's his name's necklace. Let's go. Maybe they'll still take it. Shallow Creek, I'm still clean. Lava, no. Hunter, yeah, that quest is pretty much done. Oh, I cleared some bushes. His eyes widen, he looks left and right, then whispers, "Why would you do such a thing? Someone may now think there's a path there." I frown. I need that path. He observes you in silence and gives up. Well, I'll trust your Roadwarden's judgment. Wait here for a bit, if you may. He puts away his tools and heads to a distant building. Once he returns, he's holding a wooden plank. Take this, leave it somewhere on the trail at the bridge, will you? Maybe tie it to a tree? He hands you an old sign covered with dark reddish paint. Blood there, you think. Then ask him if it's not too dark. It's the only paint we can squeeze out from the plants of our meadows. He admits he gets back to his work. Okay, so this is to keep people away from wandering. Oops. Well, I guess the next time I go there, I know to stop by and be like, my bad. So, nope, not journal. Nope, trying to leave. See you later. That's it. Stop by Foggy. He's trying to get to High Island. Alright, let's see. I'm keeping a pee. We're still good. Right, we did High Island with her, and it was like... Yeah, she's like, no plan to swim there. Yeah, rocks and howlers. Alright, so we do have to go there and be like, I'm looking for a sailor. Looking for a sailor. maybe that's the last trait I'm missing. Is that the same stuff? Looking for a sailor. That's not it. A sailor. She glances at you, then turns her head away and pays attention to the log she's carving. What? Tell me about Highland. She speaks slowly, stepping between words as if there were poison ivy. Not much. It's a deadly place, and we are forbidden to travel there. We are. All them old deals between the tribes and villages. Who could understand them? It ain't like the fish that are worth the effort. Okay. Boatmaker? Nothing. Digger? She still wants the thing. Tailor? Do it. I can use it. That's my question. Village head woman? I learned about Highland. Then you should ask someone interested in hotels. We forbid our fishers to swim near it, and our neighbors ain't challenging us on this. She reaches for one of the tablets and does something quickly. As she carries on, she sounds disinterested more than frustrated. The volcano there erupts rarely and merely hits us with the tides. We have nothing to gain from those woods but claws and thorns, and even getting to land is a dangerous task. Okay, who else can I talk to? Who else can we talk to? There's clearly someone else here in the village I need to, like, find. Okay, so 2 hours. So it's kind of like if I'm stuck in a town and I can't go nowhere. Could get to the pier. That's pretty much it. Who do I need to look for? Who do I need to find? Who to find? There's somebody here I have to chit-chat. I'm looking for somebody. Bathman. The steep banks are damp, so you head upstream to the wooden bridge. I never would have thought to type in Bathman. But you can hardly reach any water with your fingers there. You consider getting undressed, but a sudden voice behind you tells you to quit it. This current is strong, it'll catch you and BAM! The man swings his arm. You'll crack your skull against the rocks. He points downstream. He's a large person with heavy boots that are dirty from mud, and a necklace made of a colorful shell as large as your hand. He approaches you, holding a few empty buckets, each one attached to a rope. He places them on the logs and crouches down, filling the buckets with land. When I at the well, he frowns. Ahem, what are you, a child? What's your name? After you introduce yourself, he gives you a gentle nod. And I'm Aquila. We bathe in tubs, right? Warm water in the shed. He directs your eyes at the boulder next to the bath, though it in no way resembles sheds that one would find in the city. He straightens up and carries the buckets up the bank one by one. Either help me carry water around the village for a few hours, or pay me if you're lazy enough. Make you a fine bath and wash your togs. He places the last bucket next to the boat, and you notice that another man is already taking one of them to the eastern gate. I could also sell you a bottle of perfumes, though it won't be of much use if you have no soap. He grins with his yellow teeth as if there's a punchline hidden in his words. We pick flowers of roses, violets, lavender, and cherry. Good for hair, ears, wrists, just don't drink it. But I know where to get, I think, the last item, because then I can just instantly spruce myself up. Alright, step. There's still somebody. Who else is here? Alright, we got Fulvia. We did the bow. To the cook. Head to the building that releases not only smoke, but also the smell of roasted meat and spices. In front of it, you find a sweating, wrinkled woman with a shaved head and a simple rag-like band on her legs, another one restricting her breasts tightly, as if any movement outside of her control would be too much of a risk to take. She doesn't even spare you a glance, too busy with mixing ingredients in bowls and cutting vegetables on the floors. Her eyes are focused, but whenever she tilts her head high enough for you to see her face, you spot her subtle, yet challenging smile. Inside the building, you find another few people, most of them elders, as well as a large fireplace that's smoking a few dozen hanging fish. When one of the cooks currently scaling a fresh fish notices you, he lowers his head and with a broad voice addresses the woman. Porcia! You have an outsider, you do! The woman turns around in the blink of an eye, standing on spread legs as if her shell can't spare you more than a single flinch. Ahem. Didn't notice you there, stranger. You hungry? She reaches for a bowl, but stops suddenly. Right, we serve more than 100 stomachs, we do, so better give me a reason. Such as? Everyone works for their share. Join them. She points at the people inside the hollowed cave, but after a few moments, she shakes her head left and right as she gets back to work. Or pay me a dragon. I guess land that keeps chests. Group cooks for the entire village? She grins toward you. Right. Safer than fishing. And you know, she squeezes her revealed stomach, which is unusually flat. You notice how muscular her arm is? I move a lot, so I can eat a lot. She lets out a chuckle, then moves a large basket of freshly cleaned apples inside the building. I've only a few years before my back gives up, but I've done enough to deserve my slower days. Okay. There's still more. What else is here? The fisherman. Oh, there's a temple. The first person you speak with, a young Cooper on the brink of adulthood, tells you to follow her to the western bank. Our priest vanished when I was merely this little. She holds her hand to the height of her chest. But my family still prays the temple every midday. It's one of the oldest caves in the village, she says with unmasked pride. I feel like I need to pop up this here. Damn it. I'll pop it out after this conversation then. You move past the thatched shed, the smelly kitchen, and around the fortified hill, approaching a humble orchard in what seems to be a training ground for fighters, then descend into a small basin towards small caves hidden in shadows. The girl enters the mouth without a door. At this hour, there are only two other souls in sight, an elderly man napping on a blanket spread in one of the rounded corners, and a boy who stops his prayer once you come inside and quickly leaves, giving you an embarrassed look. The cave is lit by a few oil lamps with flames surrounded by dyed glass, but the chamber couldn't fit more than 30 people, even if they all were standing. There are a few stone benches, an altar, a large, though crude hourglass made of bronze. Clean as new, you recognize the gentle hum of a creek somewhere below you. The girl glances at your neck, then observes the sacred symbol on the wall in silence. One second. Put it on. Ba-bam. Where is she? Oh, they're detecting it. Okay. Priest. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was like I tried to pull it out, but they wouldn't let me. Okay, so we did priest, we did tailor. This is the last person, armorer. Once you enter the dark cave room, Rufina welcomes you with a nod. Is everything fine? No, not you. I don't want you. I want this other person. We tried its axe. Weapon. Armory. Weapon. Oh, it makes sense. I put armor, not armory. My bad. User error. The outer armory is right next to the eastern gate, but you are led behind it through a fenced gate to the training ground. You are introduced to Thaddeus, a muscular man who's walking in just his pants, displaying his muscular chest and arms, tanned and hairy, and his dusty, dirty feet. His teenage pupils, never mind, gathered on the. Oh wait, the students, not him, not his teenage eyes. I thought they were saying like his teenager, eyes, because pupils, eye pupils. No, he meant there's teenage students. Don't look at me. Gathered on the trample ground, also wear no boots and wear old, torn tunics with marks of blood and scratches both on their clothes and skin. God, so funny. The man is looking through a few toy weapons gathered in a barrel, a wooden sword, a few spears with their tips wrapped in rags, and similar-looking clubs. After your arrival, the man throws a spear to one of the younger kids, tells the others to get to him like mad boars, and soon after that you hear a playful thud and a cheerful laughter. He then offers you vivid red cherries, maybe the last ones this season. He may just be over 30 years old, yet his wide shoulders, unusual height, and straight posture make even his kindest words sound like a threat. You need something from me, Roadwarden? I can their equipment. Then you came to the wrong village. We don't sell anything we've stored at our armory. We need those things for ourselves. When you mention dragon bones, he looks away at the fighting kids and orders them to divide into 2 teams, letting the assaulted spearmen rest for a bit. But what am I to do with dragons? Buy blades? His chuckle, while fake, is loud and moves his chest up and down. After you insist that he may want to think of it, there's nothing for an axe user such as yourself to find here. He puffs out his cheeks, thinking as he exhales. You know what? Come, take a look. And you! He looks at the teens. A few minutes of rest. Don't lose any eyes. You go back to the armory's door, and after a few breaths, the man shows you a kite shield, so large it could cover half your shell with ease. It's a gift we received, but we don't use such a shape. It's too weird for us. You can buy it if you wish, or maybe you'd like to grab some quarrels. If you have a crossbow, we have enough of those. How much is it? Drats! I bet if I had that shield, I probably could have gotten to the howler thing. Well, that's everybody? No, is there more? That's all the people. Yeah. Aquila, Fulvia, I keep typing it. Navissa, Porcia, Potitus, the right, Rufina, Titus. Let's see. The following entries unlock either quest givers or info useful in other quests. Oh, like if I type it in? Okay, maybe that's it. Albus. Salt. What? The building has many entrances and windows, and each of them... Oh, because I think I just did salters, which was like the trade thing. Okay. You take this place for a city sauna. You address a man that's carrying a basket of firewood. I'm working, he growls. Speak with Albus. The last word is shouted through the open door to another worker. Hearing it, he looks in your direction, puts away a wooden mold, and heads outside, taking a few deep breaths of cool air. Cheers, cheers. Are you by yourself? Who do you represent? Oh, fudge, the necklace is still out. I need to put it away. He's no older than 30, matching his name. Actually, no, wait. This village likes them, right? Yeah. No. Matching his name, his skin and hair are white, though with a healthy pink hidden in his cheeks, nose, and lips, making him look as if he's blushing. When you vaguely state that you're from Ovlaven, his curiosity is already satisfied. Alright, good to have you back after what, 5 years? Our process is the same, and so the lumps look the same. The guild will be satisfied. Better keep your head low. The tour takes a good couple of minutes, and while your guide seems very confident in describing the salt-making process step by step in great detail, he doesn't take into consideration that you may be completely unqualified to have a conversation about the topic. You try to catch the gist of it, though neither the sound of flames and scratching, nor the humid air or the smell of sweaty bodies helps you to focus. The brine is carried here from a cave pond deep beneath the village, and then boiled in large pans made of coarse ceramic, heated by stoves. As water evaporates, leaves salt behind, and steams a few planks above it before they get back to the carpet hills. The salt is carried onto a drying surface, then lumped into white bricks with the use of wooden molds. Many things can go wrong, he finishes his tale, but nothing goes to waste. Them shattered lumps get into our fish barrels, all is good. We won't sell you anything of poor quality. More. Gives you a few numbers, how many coins, how much flour, how much iron the locals would take for a single lump. And at first the prices surprise you, but you then take one of the clumps and rub it with your thumb. One brick would be more than a household. One brick would be more than a household would use in a year. Albus interrupts your thoughts. Questions? You put the salt on a table and glance at the steaming pan again. Even though there are only 3 workers here, you realize the production must consume a mound of firewood every year. Trees. He doesn't answer right away, choosing his words carefully. We have supplies, and we trade for them with other villages, or at least we used to. We cut trees as well, used to do so more. Back in the day, we had a lumberjack hamlet far away, so the beasts didn't get angry. They didn't. So we got him. Oh, is that everything? Yeah, there's no more asking questions, right? We got Cassia. Can't talk to her. Anyone else? Oh, we're gonna wait there. Yeah, I can't. Hold on. Ignore me. Alright, we did Mysterian, right? I'm just gonna double check. Cool. That's what I thought. So checking boxes. We did Albus. We did Cassia. I believe she's here or she's gone. That's right. She wants something to do with me because she didn't get picked. Pretty sure I already did Cooper, but let's do. Right, is that how you spell Domitia? Right, we already did Cooper. Short man with absent eyes is lean. Yeah, see, some of these I would never think of. Spending his break observing people gathered at the stools, he's wearing a torn shirt patched together from wool and 2 shades of blue, and has his long hair in a ponytail. When you get closer, he spares you a warm smile. Cheers, stranger. You looking for me? I'm just trying to exhaust all my options, because how do I get to the high island? That depends, you respond, and he tilts his head away, observing the sky. Right, I'm Floris. I make arrows, but I don't really sell them to outsiders. It's just our thing, it is. As his elbows rest on the wooden planks, his hands dangle loosely. You notice that they are very clean and well kept. Usually so for an artisan. It's fine, I don't use a bow. Then no hard feelings! He titters, raises his hands to his head, stretches his back with a yawn, and gets to his stall-like spot. With a workbench covered with wooden staves, knives, sand, flint, quartz, and even obsidian, there are also oddly shaped tools that you can't really name. The man sits down in a chair. And, you need something from me? Before you respond, you notice the already finished arrows sticking out from a tall basket. They're divided into hand-spun sized bunches, each of which has a fletching in different colors and sizes. You step closer, noticing that they also have varied thickness, lengths, and use different materials. Why so many colors? He turns toward the basket and looks at the arrows as if he's just noticed them. Different needs, different arrows. He simply states, orange. As our forebears learned after using many spells and tools to find the best combination that these barren hills allow for. With a nod, he draws your attention to the far east, with its sparse greens and harsh rock faces. The gray feathered ones are for harpies, the blue and yellow for critters you want to skin for their furs. You mentioned that there are arrows that have partially orange fletching, yet somewhat differ from each other. Right, orange is for shells that walk on 2 legs. If they are also green, they're for goblins. Black are for humans, silver for beast folk. We don't shoot at trolls. No point. You think about the arrow you carry in your bundle, orange and black. After you ask if the different types usually truly make a difference, he clicks his tongue. Maybe. I was taught that spells make it so, but I'm no enchanter. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. He hums to himself for a bit, tilting his head left and right, looking at various tools and parts in front of him. There's a lot to say, stranger, and I won't look for a successor anytime soon. After you suggest that he can be as brief as he would like to be, he shrugs. Then I don't know. I grab this, he reaches for his staff, round it with this, he points at some sort of tool, then at the sand, then cut the feathers, press them into a nook. That's this groove here. He lets you take a closer look and carries on. Then I make a proper head, all by myself. You tie everything, and there it is, an arrow. Seeing your confusion, he simply clears his throat and gets back to work. Let's see, wouldn't it be easier for you to just shafts in one day and then heads another? He speaks slowly, just discovering this idea together with you. More arrows, right? But doing the same thing over and over for hours? He leans away with reluctance growing in his eyes by the second. That'd be even more boring. I'd rather die. He says with an exaggerated sigh. We don't need to sell arrows just to have enough of them. After you mention that this is the method that would be used in the city, he gives you a sorrowful glance. Nightmarish. It doesn't work. Alright, who else? Who else we got? I didn't even think about it. Glaucia Mom? I can talk to her parents? You are told to head to the largest building in the village, a web of caves and tunnels inhabited by the locals. The first few chambers you walk by are tiny, sometimes shorter than an adult human, with little furniture beside the sleeping spots, a chest or a cupboard, maybe a table and a few stools. It's a shelter for those who have to spend the night away from the rains. Not at home. The walls and ceiling are covered with soot, and all the windows are closed. After you make a turn, you find an almost complete darkness. Not knowing where to go, you ask for assistance, and suddenly a young woman with keen eyes and a candle holder shows up next to you. You can't tell where she came from. In her hand, she's holding a smelly chamber pot. Stranger, you won't find anything here. Our lives happen outside. She's young, pale, and wears a rugged, undyed tunic. I'm looking for Glaucia's family. I'm told her parents live here. She whispers very slowly, right, but they are old. Tired and confused they are. She gives you suspicious, so you follow me. The elders who live here are under my protection. I'll give you nothing bar a minute. Don't haunt them with their past. They already forgot most of it. She holds the candle bit higher, sharing the light with you, but the first step you take, the echo making a sound like thunder, makes her flinch. You then hear someone's weak moan. Don't worry, let's go, she says to herself. She's walking barefoot, as quiet as her breath. She He leads you to a set of chairs, then another. It's hard to believe how many chambers, tiny, dark, and damp there are. Ask her if I can borrow a candle. I ain't leaving a stranger behind, she states matter-of-factly. Either speak while I listen, or not at all. You end up in a chamber that doesn't stand out from all the others. Ooh, that's a name. That's a name. What? Vita and Valerius. Maybe Foggy knows. No, Foggy's places? No, Foggy's people. Pelt of the North is places. No. Other way. Anyway, we end up in a chamber that doesn't stand out from all the others. It has a lit candle inside and two shapes among the furs, one of them covered with a blanket. You see the movement of their breathing shells, but the elders don't react to your arrival, and you're not sure if they are conscious. Vita, Valerius, this Roadwarden came to see you, says your guide, then takes a step away. The man raises his head slowly and puts weight on his elbows. He's skinny, covered with brown dots, sparse hair, and isn't as stooped as his companion, who most likely wouldn't be able to get up on her own. A warden, not Glaucia? Don't be mean. Maybe she'll come later. Oh, she's busy, she is, says the old woman, but her voice is muffled and you have to lean forward to hear her at all. She has a new husband now. Valerius chuckles, or maybe clears his throat. Our little lass, now all grown up, almost 20, a child would come soon, all right? Oh no. Oh no. She's married? But right, ain't you heard? Vita's voice sounds almost insulted by your question. This nice cobbler's lad, what's his name? Both elders throw a few names around. Your guide adds but a shrug to them. Well, we'll ask him when we visit one day, the man concludes. They'll have a new house and a far away, a village in the south, the woman adds drowsily. Steep house? Right, the wondrous little place with oats and river and fire and... Valerius stops suddenly, then raises his hands to his eyes, covering them with shaking fingers. Your guide leans inside, trying to stay calm and reassuring. Yes, it's the most beautiful place, and your daughter knows it best. She gestures you to step away. Roadwarden needs to leave now. You've been very helpful, both of you. Rest. I'll be back soon. You go back downstairs, where her voice remains gentle yet firm. You shouldn't have such talks, stranger. They're in pain. Don't bother them again. She stomps and meets your eyes. But at least you weren't cruel. I can appreciate that. Skirt. She turns away and disappears from one of the chambers. Okay. So, why isn't Glaucia after Fascia and the Howler's Den? Maybe I can still turn this around. Maybe I can still turn this around. Got the deer. I'm gonna just type name. There's no other matchmaking needs to be done here. Right, I think we've already chatted with the guard, but we'll try anyway. Guard. Yeah, no, he's just like, ugh, the horse. I think this is over, but it doesn't hurt to try. Missing hunters? I haven't seen them. Okay. The gossip? You realize there's been someone following you around, or at least accidentally showing up wherever you are. Bored with walking around? He spares you a smirk. He's a short man dressed in a worn gray-black woolen robe with a belt as wide as your hand. Jesus. And a buckle decorated with a large shell, now placed annoyingly just 2 inches away from the center of his stomach. He may be only 30, but it's clear that why he has no tasks to bother with. His fingers are paralyzed at unnatural angles, spread like an osier tree's branches. While he's capable of moving around both of his arms slightly, they are constantly bent both at the elbows and at the wrist. He's wearing no boots. Hello? I know. He nods for you to follow him and leads you to the orchard, where you stay in the shadow of a cherry tree. Right. He looks around, scowling at the nearby kid, and instantly turns around and gets out of your sight. Name's Petronius. I can be your guide. His soft voice is close to a whisper. 1 coin, 1 question. He looks at the small leather sack hanging from his neck. No backsies. If you decide my answers aren't worth it, you stop asking. Why do you need coin? He lowers his arms a bit as if trying to hide them. Why? He clears his throat and straightens up. No, it doesn't make him much sharp. Why don't you pay first? I think I only have like 1 2 coins on me right now? I have 2 coins. How to get your neighbor's good side. Olivia isn't just any elder, am I right? I've heard something about your neighbors getting robbed by strangers. Olivia. You are. She spent most of her young days and even some of the nights on the roads, chiefly on the path leading through the heart of the woods. She never got wounded, yet with years her eyes gave up. Right laughs when we feel safe. Neighbors. You push a dragon bone into the sack on his neck. With labor, he says briefly, though you hear the pain in his voice. They may call for coins, but what they truly want to see is a reliable soul and a strong shell. There you go. I'm gonna get back to you, buddy. Back to you. Alright. We talk to Phoebe. Titus, I talk to her. Talk to the head woman. Information about the smoker. I think we did that, right? By saying smokers? Yeah, we did that. Okay. Am I still missing someone, or is that just how it is? Maybe I have to look up her again? She's fine. Let's see. The following keywords provide interesting information or hints to other keywords, but do not affect quests or services. Okay. Entering the following keywords provides some amusing Easter eggs. Not the right place to look for it. Okay. Nobody. And you find no one. WTF? Grow up. Pokemon? No. Sorry, there's panda. There are no pandas in this desolate realm. You either don't find them or I can't understand you. Oh no. Myself. Not all those who wander are lost. Okay, so that's at least this place. And I believe that's everyone. Right? We got Sabrina. We've talked to baby Titus. You know, the fisher. I don't know where he is. He's not on here anymore. What happened to my fisher? Right, we got the gossip. We got missing hunters, matchmaker, digger, Gateguard, parents, Fletcher, Davida, Cassia, Albus. Maybe she'll talk to me. Doing what? Question we have. Can I travel anywhere? Not really, so we are gonna fix more stuff. There we go. Sweet. Alright. I'm gonna keep this on so when I wake up, I can go to the chapel. Oh! The harpy's circling dangerously low above the village. The guards are running around trying to keep up with it while the children are being told I know you go too. The gossip. Oh, okay. I was like, The roomkeeper. I heard that you used to be quite a traveler. Have you seen anything interesting on the road leading through the heart of the woods? Who's been saying such silly things about me? Hearing your answer, she chuckles. When I was merely a young lass, that road was still wild, bearing the wall and the watchtower. She shares a few memories with you, but often mentions how the roads change with every season, with keepers, such as her, being more like pathfinders than guides. For a few minutes, her stories get a bit dark, yet are brought up with a warm smile. Trying to memorize her meandering takes you a bit of an effort, and every time we reach the tall woods, not the dark ones in the east, but the tall ones in the west, right? She vaguely describes a path leading south to an old orchard. There were so many fruits and nuts and berries and beasts, so we were picking whatever we could find, chiefly hazelnuts, best in the north, and with no worms in them. But stay merely a bit too long, right? Monsters get you from all sides. Without travelers, must have been already overgrown. The conversation goes on for a few more minutes, but you don't expect much of a used to. I was at this orchard you mentioned. It's still there as if someone still looks after it. She laughs, clapping her hands, then rubbing her elbows as she's trying to make herself warm. Still there? Oh, glorious right. She tilts her blind eyes at the ceiling. I can't wait to tell everyone. But who could care about this place after so many years? It can't be old Pagos, could it? Or maybe the tribe of the Green Mountain? She flinches as if she said a forbidden secret, then tells you she needs to take care of something right away. Next step. Right. I lose food and cleanliness, but I get health. I don't have to pay. It was a good choice, Nina. Good choice. Alright, surrounded by darkness. See, keeper. Alright, let me go to the thing real quick. Pray. Alright, no one cares about praying right now. Alright, Bathman. He just gets you clean. I'm plenty clean. It's nothing. I'm seeing like if any of the new gossip has helped. Silly Nina. What is this? Oh, painted sign. That's right. Gossip man wants money. Have you been to High Island? Why? Are you a sailor now? He doesn't hide his sneer, but after you say you may need to get there, he reaches for the beak on his neck. Don't you know that visiting the island is forbidden? Not just by the Green Mountain tribe, but because it's a dangerous place, wicked and wild. Oh my god, I get the tribe to go. So you haven't been there? You ask gently. Right, I don't plan to. Them harpies sit on every rock on the route from our pier to the island. It would take twice as long to sail around. Rowing them would exhaust anyone bearing the most experienced arms. Alright, I'm gonna come back to you to help you. Not food. Yeah. It's nothing to do with me. Armor, nothing. Okay, let's go help the fisher. So gotta show that I'm reliable. Yes. Feed me, please. And with the money, we can pay the gossiper. That's what I'm thinking. Turns out you don't have much to do. The hours go by. During Lay's break, you receive a fresh roasted fish with a bowl of cold veggie stew. Sweet. Alright, there's my gossip man. Heard something about your neighbors? He suddenly squeezes his sides with his elbows and moves his hands to the front of his stomach. I had nothing to do with any of it. You tell him to calm down. He explains quickly that thefts happened many times in the past, both in the village and on the roads, and every kid knows to watch out for outsiders. Some of the tales he has told you as a young lad used words that felt as old as the ones he heard spoken by the priest when he read from the Wright's tablets. There was a man here, in the beginning of summer, a scavenger, said his name was Pyros, such a timid guy. He was here for a bit and suddenly disappeared, keeping his sleeping spot packed with our own rags. And right, a part of our supplies was also missing, iron included. We didn't chase after him. He could have gone anywhere and likely left the peninsula. Is that the belt to the north? Why do you need coins? Gale Rocks is good to me, but I've got no family left. I get merely as much food as I need and not the good stuff, like the head workers or the guards. Just fish every day, greens and gruel. I'd rather buy some dried herbs once the merchants come and ask the cooks to add some to my meals. You're gathering coins to buy dried herbs? Try to spot a lie in his eyes. You say it as if it's any different than drunks paying for mugs of ale. He growls. The right took away my hand, so I'll get my share of what's good in this life any way I can. I bloody will. He looks at one of the apples growing on the nearby tree. Nice smell and togs wouldn't hurt me either. Okay, so that's that. Then what? I have no money now. I've lost all my money again. Okay. Did I go anywhere or did I lose all my time? I think we can make it to Foggy. I guess with her, I could try to look up what I should say, right? Because I'm just like, how do this, you know? Just give me all pages, give me Foggies. Foggy. Let's go over there. Hopefully they give me some directions as to what I should do. You? Not really. Let's see. Shop. What? Massive chest, pear shaped. Name. Okay, so in her shop there are 4 items. Cider, cask of cider unlocked by quest actions. Styrian's cloak. Okay, how do I? Maybe, if I do the White Marsh quest, right? Give them the cask. Does that mean I can come back and buy the cask? And then go to the tribe. And they'll be like, yeah. Yeah, she still has meals for me. So, selling you the P. Questions about the peninsula. Yeah. I love that this guide, which had all the answers for Gale Rocks, has nothing for Foggy. So she's like, what to find in Foggy Lake? I can spell, that would help. Foggy Lake. Oh, it just take me back to the thing that I was just at that didn't have any of the answers that I needed. I talked to her about the tribe. I talked to her about High Island. Besides, like, talking to her about every single village. Not sure what else. I guess we just have to White Marshes. I think that's really what I left. Bone tablet, cider. Maybe they don't want it. God, it's almost thing. This is taking way longer than I anticipated. Crossroads. Boulder. What is this? It's just a map? This is a map. I don't need a map. Location guide, non-settlement. That's useful, but also not what I'm looking for at the moment. Settlement guide. Yale Rocks. Would Foggies be considered a settlement? That is a good question. Yeah, because I can sleep and nap there, but it's not a settlement. Right? It's not a non-settlement. Right, that's how you get to Foggy Lake. Okay. I'm trying to speed read this thing. I don't want answers, I just want hints. That makes sense. Allar's Den, Old Lagos, White Marsh, Gale Rocks. Weeks. Green Mountain Tribe. Did that. Requires you to give them a gift in order to speak with their leader, and then again to gain permission to visit their homeland. What about the Green Mountain? Okay, so I do have to go talk to the old elder. Oh, I accidentally read something. Reaching the Forbidden Island without permission, hostile towards you. I don't even know how to get there, so don't have to worry about that. Oh, to the North Foggy Lake. There we go. Let's see. Foggy chest for news. Bird. Best place for food. Okay, it doesn't give me any hints of what to say. Right. Selling items? No. Services? No. Chemic items? No. Rods. Gather crew for High Island? No. No. They're in the Eastern Map. Merchant, Dreams, Hunters, Spirit Stone, Traps, Place, High Island. I just need to get there. But a small part of me is like, we could just end this journey right here and just accept it. Be like, I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. No. We're gonna try. Alright, so as good as it can get. As good as it can get. Awesome. Love it. I can't wash myself right yet. I can't wash myself. Don't think anywhere. I shouldn't risk it. Marshes. Alright, sleep. Go. Take a nap. Take a fat nap. Shivers wake me up. Yeah, the fat. Ooh. I like to eat these. I think that was my last last meal. Nope, I have one more left. I have no money. That's fine. Time for me to go. Gorgers want nothing to do with me. Can't get there because creepers. Ooh, I have no money. Do you think he'll get rid of it for us? Let's find out. Ooh, tell him about Valen's situation. He stares in the distance toward the village. Poor thing, a fair soul with too much patience, but there's nothing I can do. After you ask him for advice, he spits on the ground. Lie, I guess. Or Titus already did. He won't be happy with you causing pain to his people, and help Theus neither, unless the hunter was lying too. Let it go with your parents. He steps away, raising his eyes, but can't mask the pain in his voice. It didn't. They didn't take it. Told me to take it with me into my fire. Know what? I'd pay. His amulet rattles after his triumphant announcement, but he then looks at the clouds in the distance. You wait for him to carry on, to no avail. He nods himself. Didn't notice it's been so long. Fall's almost here. What do you think of him? He stands with an open mouth as if he's not sure what you mean. I don't? Left me with a heavier pouch, but asked nosy questions like someone else I know. Client, share gold. Crosses his arms, making the creepers hit his handguns. Never had a witch or a warlock at home? 'Tis wrong for me to speak for others. I'll take on my pyre a lot of shame and doubt. I need to be trusted. Right? What were you guys doing? Okay, good. He rolls his eyes, shrugging his arms and showing his empty palms, yet the nervous twitches of the creepers add little to his innocent demeanor. He and I traded a few times, but I didn't bed with him and offer him mint and stew. He said he may have a job for me in the woods, and I told him I don't need his bones anymore. When asked what he did need, Iris pursues his lips. I want things to change, is all. I wake up to awoken shells in the fogs and Glaucia's robbers threatening my family. All I want's for this cursed land to be normal. Zion comes out of nowhere, but you then notice his dropped shoulders and the eyelids. And yep, that word told me he's gonna take care of it. Let's say I help your people with the bandits and get rid of the undead. Welcome back, Lewis. Oh man, I said something. He spares you a yellow grin. 'Tis all, you say. Yep. Save the north, the scrap for I care about it, and I'll follow you into a fog. Check. You try to repeat the hermit's words, but coming from your lips, they sound awkward, preachy, and they bounce off the warlock without leaving any visible dent. Mayhap, 'tis far away. We'll think about it. I'm trying to think, what did you miss? I found out more about the High Island. I found the tribe of the Green People. They want the cider. I bought some self-repairing kits. So yay. And some people said no to joining the city. Other people said yes. So it's going. Right, he has this. If I buy this, I don't need to keep telling him. He returns your gaze and sits down on the beach. Yep, does not task for a warlock and a city folk. You need a band, and I'll tear off your head sooner than I bring a threat to my tribe. Reach towards your blade, but the creepers remain idle. You're stepping into a trance branch? Seeing your frown, he explains. Their grasp gets tighter the more you move. See? Forget it. He waves it off. Why do you care about any of that? Let my people choose their path. Shelves. Tribes becoming. Yeah, like no one's gonna want to trade with them. It is very big. I thought I was so close, and then it's like more. I'm like, man, I grossly underestimate. Also, to whoever beat this in like 10 hours, did you not even read the story? You speak if it's a matter of the future, but my tribe accepts the risk. I can't care less. All I want is my tribe's safety, but this means not a thing to Titus. He reaches for the broken hourglass in his ear. What's your plan once you get to him? I should also take off my necklace that I'm still wearing. Necessarily make him stop and talk to him, help him with wrongs. Right, I'm gonna learn. He freezes as if he barely understands what you mean. This may be a good first step, but then he needs someone persuading, and it won't be as easy as you think. Gives you a warm look and stands up slowly and looks at the clouds. All I can do is find a way to let you into his house, and you'll have but one chance. If you can convince me, you're to be trusted. Do I have anything that can convince you? takes a deep breath and reaches for the bracelets. You may. The blood. He spreads the vial no more than a glance, but spares. But after you describe where you got it, his eyes widen. The color's right, even though he crouches and hardly hears whisper. I know. Is it? Take it. He places the bottle into some soft, open palm and he locks in a wooden box hanging around his ambulance. He stands up and lets out a relieved sigh. Here's how it's gonna work. Tell me once you're ready to talk with Orontitis, then go to White Marshes and spend the night there. In the middle of the night, I'll show up with a few friends and we'll clear the way for you. But remember, it's your only chance. I'm sorry. He's an old, weak man. He wouldn't hurt a rat. But the only way I'm going to convince anyone to help us, if it's clear, you're just as harmless. We'll leave your axe by your bags. He says it like it's an order, but you doubt. He noticed the dagger in your book. Who could help me get a better understanding of necromancy? He blows out his cheeks, moving his hips left and right. Well, not the druids. Maybe the monks in the mountain? The Andalpagos? Only they have time to learn about things that they don't need to survive. Any ideas how to convince him? How would I know? He didn't listen to me. He taps his toes. Be prepared. He quotes, writes tablets, talks about what's just right and whatnot, but he also knows a lot about the tribe. Helvenas speaks very kindly, or Titus will know. Well, hold on now. If he speaks from the rights tablets, then maybe having the necklace out is good. Same thing. You sure you can get me in? You underestimate how many secrets a warlock knows and how many favors he carries. He grabs and shakes the amulets on his chest as if they're meant to explain further. Tell him about Orontitis. I was never close with him. When I left the village to learn spells many years ago, he was a priest of ours. Once I returned, he came forward like a prophet, shouting with zeal, warning the tribe needs to prepare itself for whatever. When his followers brought the first dead shells to the village, they were still in the minority, but were ready to fight for him. We could either throw them all outside for our walls, or empty disputes, empty threats. You can tell how it all ended. I want to say I'm ready to meet with him. Yeah, 'cause I got stuff. I'm ready to meet with him. We'll see. Go to the village and spend the night there. I'll wake you up. See what my marshal is. I need you to open it. You know what I need you to do? Are we allies? He strains up and sighs. In a way, sure, I guess. He snaps his fingers. The vines know your hooves anyway. Russell interrupts him with a snort as if he's listening everywhere. They'll remember to stay away from you. I don't have to pay no more. Perfect. Clippity clop. Clippity clop clap. Alright, let's drop off this letter. Drop off this casket. On your way to the village, you see a girl, no older than 15, walking through the tall purple grasses along with a few other youngsters. After she notices your arrival, she runs toward the road, waving to get your attention. Can I help you? Save. Can I help you? It takes her a few moments to reach you. Her clothes are baggy, appropriately so for her age, but she's also rather scraggy for a laborer. She carries a slingshot and a simple backpack made of creepers and twigs, filled with green leaves, wild fruits, and a dead squirrel lying on the surface. Oh my god. After your question, she gives you a curious glance. Roadwarden, parents told me? Not sure which part of it is a question, you nod in agreement. But what is it that one does, really? Hunt bounties? Mostly patrol the roads, travel, all sorts of things. If you have a job for me, speak. Wow, it's a kid, bro. Oh, you're an adventurer then! She makes an odd, displeased grimace, then sneezes and smiles at you. Not really. I was like, I follow stuff. Yep, makes sense. She nods but looks around with a frown. So you're a mercenary for short. They do follow laws if the pay's right. All the rules. Aren't you a soldier? She waves toward her companions, showing them not to worry about her. You work for the city, right? Mount. Primary task. Yeah, I was like, a lot of tasks. Her tone is confident when she pats her slingshot. Hear this then. You're part pathfinder, part adventurer. The city pays you to cross the woods by yourself, and you do odd jobs for your own sake. See, pathfinders don't patrol the roads, they can cross lotus and see game trails that may be widened with tools, and they don't work alone. Basic names. My horse. Nah. But you know who does work alone? She says rangers, lone spies. You're pretty much that. I mean, Close, but rangers are meant to stay hidden, gathering rumors, seeking foes. They don't intervene unless directly threatened and are meant to, above all else, bring news back to the lieutenant, sabotage enemy troops. I work close with my mayors and never had my identity. She repeats parts of your description quietly, then bursts in laughter. Now I get it! Well, all these names are a mess, huh? Impressed you know that all. There hasn't been many right since the invasion. Neither road wardens, she shrugs and steps away, trying to silence the loud calls of the other foragers. One was here before summer, but found nothing to do here. Was just speaking with Thyris a lot. You know Thyris? You nod and she looks back at her fellow foragers and wondering to get back to her. My mom was a soldier before she got me, but no one tells me much about it. See, city and soldiers don't bother with us no more, so people forgot. She says goodbye with a gentle bow and runs back to the group. Alright. Let's see, the group that you encountered at the old forest gardens close to the gate during the training is a meatless undead order to dodge their attacks. Let's save real quick. And just take a stroll. You leave Levanus at the well and head between the top houses, but you then hear the heavy steps of one of the armored guards. What's this? He places a hand on your shoulder and turns you around, getting homely. What's the problem? Your nose, he scoffs. Don't loaf around, stranger. He harshly pulls you toward the gate. Stick to your beast. You hear a few onlookers wonder aloud what you are looking for. When no one's watching, sounds like nighttime. I should speak with Valence. He welcomes you with hungry eyes. Any news, Warden? I know what's in the letter. Puts a hand on his forehead. You can't tell if it's a sign or leaf for tension. He deserves to know, otherwise he's gonna wait his whole life for his husband to come back, who is not coming back. Deserves to know. At first he freezes, then gives a hateful look toward Orin Titus's hut. He knew what this piece did, he growls. He always asked to be heard, only to spread lies. Why do I need to find a stranger to hear the truth for once in my life? His eyes get gentler once he looks at you. She notices the tears in his eyes. His shaking hands offer you the reward. Now, about the tablet. I don't want it. He steps away. You know what? Take this. He pulls out a bone stylus that perfectly matches the colors of the tablet. Together, they will buy you a few meals at a trader's stall. Good luck, Warden. I'm sorry. A sudden shout cuts the sky, but no one pays attention to it. It turns out a small boy who got scared by the shout. She stares at your mouth like a wolf. I approach the woman who observes Russell. She moves away but meets your eyes and makes a smile-like grimace, then leads you behind the empty animal pen away from the guard's ears. Her gray hair, mostly covered, is deceiving. She's no older than 30, yet her face is marked by insect bites and pustulent scars. She takes confident steps even though she wears muddy foot wraps without boots and a worn, simple skirt. She squeezes the front of her scarf on her chest, shaping it into something like a short hooded cloak. A warden, I heard. She answers your nod by pursing her lips. I need you to ride somewhere for me. Where? Far away from here, at the eastern road, there's an old bridge made of a single rock. She doesn't look away for even a single heartbeat. Her gaunt face is pale and makes her large gray eyes look as if someone took her put away. Beneath it, there's a rock, and beneath the rock, a purse with my savings. Bring it to me. Before you mention your reward, she starts to speak faster, giving the men to gain a nervous glance. Half of what you find is yours. Bring me the rest. Oh, I already found it. She gives you a puzzled look. Maybe you're wondering how to ask what pushed you to dig in the muddy riverbanks, but after seeing the curious look of the guard, she leads you behind a tough house and simply reaches out. Pouch was torn. Yeah, I was like, I don't have the money. Pouch was torn. Here's the She looks at the sky and then to the ground. For 2 heartbeats, she can't stop herself from feeling the despair in her eyes. She then adjusts her headscarf, takes a deep breath, and moves her shoulders. I have not even a fistful of blueberries to thank you, stranger, but I'll tell the rest of the village you're a trustworthy messenger if anyone asks. Hardly anyone does around here. She hobbles away, splashing blood with every step. Yay! Okay, so again, I'm gonna go to Helvius. He meets your eyes, waiting for you to speak. It would anger her, but help make her stressed. About the woman that asked me to find her savings. You meet his gaze, both harsh and condescending. You're no doubt he won't take any accusations lightly. A woman from your village asked me to bring her some lost savings, please. I thought you should know about this. Wait. Wait, why would she get in trouble? Wait, I thought I was doing it to be like, oh, hey, bro, I helped your village. Wait. Accusations. I don't want her to suffer any consequences. Back it up. Delivery. With an open mouth, he steps away, looks around and frowns at a woman who's scowling at your gesture. I don't need it no more. Take it out of our village. He raises his voice but can't hide his hesitation. What should I do with it? Take it back to Foggy. Say hi to her from our tribe. Thank her for keeping her side of the deal. Not my problem. Why doesn't he want it? Squares to sell. Right. Possibly. I think I'm gonna do it. Rasia can F off. He runs his eyes over your bundles as if you're hiding the band there, then frowns. Well, you describe the old hamlet and the dangerous path leading to it. For a few breaths, you're not sure if he's even listening. Then he points at your chin with his blade. Oh, why are you telling me this? My roads don't need any robbers. I want them to stay clean. She needs to be stopped. I want your people across all, you know, eat everything and above. I want your people to prosper. We don't need your help, he scoffs and raises his chin, but I'm grateful for it. We'll see if you're a liar soon. Help me with the old tunnel. With a grunt, he grabs his axe with both hands, pretending to make a swipe. So you want me to return the favor? Not for free, stranger. Your kindness wasn't asked for. I owe you not a thing. I'll think about the price in bones. Speak with me once you have some savings. Oh, 13. Sell all of them. I'll pay you 3. You want 3 for 1? Wait, does she get in trouble? Why would she get in trouble? I'm trying to remember past conversations with him, and it's like, why would she get in trouble? He takes a long pause and tilts his axe. Tell me what she looks like. After a brief exchange, he gestures from the guards to approach her and whispers something in his ear. I'll speak with her. You've done the right thing. She's in the tribe's debt and doesn't deserve the right to leave before she does her part. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, no! My bad. I'm worried if I try to go somewhere and come back, it's not gonna happen, you know? You know, I haven't stopped by here in a minute. Just try to kill some time. Yeah, let's forage. Yay, foraging. I know they're gone, but let's just see if there's anything else here. Nope, they're pretty chill. 7. Losing oodles of time. Can't sleep. It's too early. Trying to not go too far. 6 hours. I think I can go to Foggy, chat, and head there. Shh. Tavern. Took care of the cask with cider. She pats your back with her huge hand and leads you toward the 3 coins lying on the table. And what happened to it, dear? No, keep it. Keep the barrel. Keep it. I left it. You share a story of what it took for you to deliver the cask, causing her a hearty chuckle. You could have just brought it back here, she says with a smirk, but I see you speak with deeds. You've done a lot for me, and I want you to feel welcome at Foggy Lake. She nods towards the cauldron in the middle of the room. From now on, you don't have to pay for the first meal you eat at this place every day. I'll always have something for you on the side.
Thanks, Foggy. I appreciate it so much.
Awesome. And you can eat free once a day. Hell yeah. Alright, time for me to go. Back here. Come on, sleepy times. Sleepy times. I'm so tired. Alright. The door opens gently. You recognize Cyrus's silhouette, even though he has no creepers with him. Together with a few hooded figures behind a threshold, once he makes sure you're awake, he also covers his head. Quick, we have little time, he whispers. Dress up, axe behind, we'll move your things onto the saddles just in case. He stands up and just like his companion starts to observe his surroundings. Already prepared, you only need a few breaths. Finally, your hand touches the dagger in your place. I may need it to defend myself. If I gotta stab somebody, I might have to stab somebody. The dark figures spread. You sneak through the dark alleys with no undead or guards in sight. A curious girl observes you from an open door until one of your guides pushes her head inside, telling her to go to sleep. Go to sleep! You approach the flooded grass, step on the wooded beams, and climb up the squeaky stairs. At the entrance, Thyras takes a deep breath but looks at you encouragingly. I knock gently. You wait for a few breaths and hear the hoarse voice of an elder. Not hungry. Forgive me, but I need to speak with you. Come. You push the door, making the weak flame dance under the touch of cold air. The man looks at you from the bench, speaking with concern like a parent to a child. I have nothing to forgive. He swallows his saliva, struggling to speak. Join me, and let's be lost together. The chamber is humid and smells of sweat. The single wax candle that stands beneath a brass hourglass, dangerously close to an open codex, whose pages are covered with fresh letters. Ooh, it's gonna help. Right? While the large collection of parchment must be of great value, the man has hardly any possessions. Humble bowls and cups, writing instruments, enough candles to keep him company for the next 10 days. You glance at the single pellet placed on the floor. To sleep on it, you'd have to curl up your legs. Speak to me, Warden. The priest's voice crackles like a falling branch in dry woods. And tell me of the destruction you're planning. Well now. Before you respond, he turns away. Or why else would my enemies let you in? To bring me a hare pie? They know I won't be moved by you. Tell me your side of the story. My side? He flinches, then raises his wrinkled chin and clicks loudly, as if he's munching on his tongue. What may I say that you don't see? We had to save our people, and I was shown the way to do so. 'Tis not a tale, but our lives. My voice won't make them better or worse, for you can see them carved by the past, as he pulls the neckline of his robe, revealing his skinny neck and chest. You think of all the other people you've seen in the village. In this weak light, his yellowish skin resembles the very parchment he uses, tightly stretched over his shell, which holds no trace of fat. The hair in his ears and on his ink-stained fingers is thick and neglected, while his shaved face and scalp make him resemble an ill infant. After every few breaths, he squints his two-colored eyes. His feet are dirty and covered with scratches, while his linen robe is little more than a rag. I met this prophet at Foggy's. You may have good reason to do what you're doing. Do you truly believe your people are grateful? Should a priest really involve himself? So I met this prophet. You tell him about Cassius, his faith, past visions of the great flood of rivers of faith and of the new cities, and of the judgment of sinners. The priest listens carefully until his patience fades away. Why are you telling me all this? You know, he's an interesting person. Maybe you two should meet one day. Many claim they are guided by the right, but their voice visions can't all be true at once. How am I going to know who speaks the truth? I think he's crazy. So, is anyone who claims to be directly led by the right? I just want to hear me think about it. He's an interesting person. Unable to decide if you're sarcastic or not, he smiles gently. About it? Just like, you should meet this guy. He's pretty cool. And it's just like, okay. Like, in the middle of kind of breaking in. Let's see. You have good reason? He squints his eyes, sizing you up. But you still can turn around from this path? But you're reaching the point of no forgiveness? But try to see the situation from the perspective of the other tribes. They're afraid. But I have faith you'll find a better path forward. With me around, the peninsula is no longer hopeless. The merchants and officials are interested in the peninsula. If they come around, your people will face persecution. I should let them know, like, that is gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Then make them sit in their tower so they can eat from bronze plates and bathe in perfumes made from the blood of the southerners. He speaks faster and has to wipe spittle from the edge of his lips. Neither you nor they can imagine what we went through. You think you, a child taught to ride a horse, to fight and to kill, to carry out the will of the masters, would grasp our choices? In this weak light, his yellowish skin resembles the very parchment he uses. Tightly, why is this doing it again? Little more than a wreck. Okay, they're giving it to us again. Do you truly believe? I only guide their prayers and offer my rituals. I cannot read anyone's soul. His feet are scratching the floor nervously. I'm sure they have many different thoughts, but I'm grateful for our mayor's trust. He's young and impulsive, but honest and brave, willing to change for the better. I saw how he treats the woken shells. He's cruel and sadistic. People walk hungry and they struggle. Yeah, I'm like, he's not nice. He avoids your look. You say this much, yet know not a thing of what's shaped his thoughts or what's happened to him over the years. He wounds no one. His voice grows stronger and doesn't deserve accusations, even if, as he pauses, he strokes the edge of his colored shield. Some feel worried about him. People walk hungry and they struggle. He straightens up, leaning against the table with his hands as if he's stopping himself from getting to his feet. How can you throw this at me, Warden? Don't you know our past? I offered my Numa to the others only after our children had started dying, with bark and toads in their teeth. You try to add something, but he scoffs and waits for you to forget it. I won't listen to what you think for our people, stranger. Religion? He gestures for you to sit down next to him, puts a hand on your shoulder. The many types of ink he uses in his work have left colorful dots on his fingers: green, yellow, blue, black, red. 'Tis a big thought for a layman, but you can trust me. I put years into studying rites, Will, and they're guiding me through all of this. I revealed the truth, and your knights and seekers were hiding in their arrogance, the words they mistook. One day you may understand this too. How dare you doubt the strength of my faith? He doesn't look back. I do. Prove me wrong, then. You listen to the meanderings of his beliefs, but with little understanding. A few of his ideas seem to be completely detached from one another, and as you try to point this out, he asks you to repeat his arguments back to him, proving that you failed to remember a few crucial details. After a few minutes of back and forth, he raises his chin. A mocking twist crawls on his lips. Now you see. Rites mysteries take years for prayers and studies. It is not a pastime for wardens. When left to themselves like the flame for hearth, he rests his elbows on the table and puts a finger to his lips, rubbing them gently. They're the night that follows a shell's day. Bah, like lightning or the wind, merely a part of the world. Right? Golems. Golems? He waits for you to carry on and has to think about an answer for quite a few breaths. I cannot say I've heard about it, but even if what you're saying is true, we've hardly anything to give in return. I'll discuss it with Helvius. Okay, golems. But you already changed your views before. You used to reject any sort of pagan magic. You stole the corpses of other families. Once you're gone, you threaten anyone in the north. You're playing a dangerous game. At first, he twitches, as if your words have pinched him, then twists his lips. And who taught you these old tales? He scoffs and says something that sounds like old speech, though you're not sure what exactly. The people for old Pagos have enough zeal to spread about us, yet lacked faith to help us when we needed them the most. I keep it. The rites guided me so far, and with their light, the path forward will be clear to me once I need to see it. Okay, well, you feel strongly, but you changed. Both his light and dark eyes are staring at you, as if you're some mysterious mushroom. Mayhap, he says slowly, but I follow no pagan teachings. What I try to master is shown to me by the only spirit, and I'd rather hide my soul than stain it against right's will. Okay? He moves his shoulders with an embarrassed sigh, but then looks at you with his dark eyes and gains composure. Suffering? Of course it is. The wounds you inflict upon yourself will lead to your death. Don't you feel repulsed when you see what you're doing? The blood drying accept them, but it doesn't make them right. Right? Like, you constantly cutting yourself in a bog. Like, this is not a sanitary place, my friend. There's so many bugs. They may, once my thoughts get clouded, but you cannot see how they've changed over the last few years. I grow stronger. The sight of his fragile, drowsy shell fills you with doubt and more trusting in the right's light. I'd forgive a starving child who stole a dropped plum. It starts with conviction. Repeating an answer he has well memorized, but seeing your frown, his voice grows shaky. Moving into a pillaged home. I take no pleasure in my deeds, but I've been right to stain my innocence for the sake of others. You all sort the memories and beliefs. Your will deserves to be respected. These matters not for a single soul may all make sense in your eyes, but these are more complex and deeper. There may be consequences you can't see yet, but just as valid. Bill Ben, you receive your man. I like this one. This is You say so as if I put but a single thought into it, not many years or prayers and reading. His words, while clearer, are undercut by his doubt. He looks at his hourglass, moving his lips quietly. I may be pushing this too far. Can't you see I'm trustworthy? I don't wish you harm. I can't, and I still don't understand you, Warden. You came here. His hesitant voice is interrupted by a weak cough, which leaves droplets of blood on his hand. Distracted, he wipes his hand on his robe, mixing the blood with dried ink. Bruh, how soon are you about to die? Guess we're done here. He spares you an absent glance, then turns around, steps away from the table, and falls on his knees. Ugh! The cabin is so tiny he can lean his hands against the wall. Why do you let me hear this voice again? What? You think about a response, then realize it's not you who's currently being addressed. I carry all the answers you taught me. Yet I'm so torn. I begged you to give me a steady hand, but even now I'm lost, burnt by the things I asked you about. No. I'm gonna lower my head. Because I feel like if I pick this, I think this might be me leaving. I don't want to lower my head. The exhaustively long prayer gets harder to understand the longer it goes on. The priest's accent gets thicker, while at the same time he adds more and more words from Adhere's tongue. It mentions names and events you've never heard of before, as if his worries need a lifetime to unravel. You may not convince the man to trust you, but you've awoken his long-buried fears. After what feels like an hour, the sobbing, snotty man uses the bench to support his sore legs. He stands up and approaches the door. Come, Warden. Time to fix all for this. Thank you, Orontitus. The gust of wind eases your breath. Only now do you realize how much sweat has gathered behind your neck. While both the stairs and the pond are surrounded by the dark figures who brought you here, the news has already spread. The other locals, most of them still wearing nightwears, are gathered with candles and lanterns, fearfully observing the building. Here's the thing. That one lady who was like, help me find my money, I like helped her and then turned her in, and now the world might be changing? She's probably like, what? The prophet, who needs to lean against a walking stick, raises his free hand. The candlelight touches his back, but his exhausted face is covered by darkness. I was wrong. All this time. We need to go back. The silence follows, then from all directions bursts the mixture of relief, gasps, resentful shouts, and demands to explain what's going on. Orontitus walks down the stairs, while Thyrus gestures for you to get closer. He leads you away from the commotion, making sure the crowd keeps its distance. Any trouble? No. Nah, we're fine. The guards woke up to no weapons. You're safe. Lost in his thoughts, he adds nothing more. You end up back at the shed with your belongings intact. Don't step outside before dawn. His sad eyes contrast with a gentle smile. We may have a rough few hours ahead of us. We'll guard the building, but don't put more troubles on our backs. Without waiting for your response, he joins his hooded companions. Because of the loud gathering, you can't hear what they're talking about. Yeah, I'm just gonna lock the door with a barrel and just... I might have. Stop the necromancers! At least I didn't kill him, right? It was just more like a chit-chat. I didn't kill anybody. Yay! You wake up to the terrible stench of burning, rotten flesh. Oh, God. Once you leave the shed, you head to wrestle quickly. It's sleepy, hugging a corner as it trembles, but you find no wounds on it, nor any issues with your bundles. As you spend a few minutes to help her relax, you finally realize there are no undead in sight. The pyres beneath their gathered corpses are far away in the back of the village, but the flames and smoke are visible even from a great There's a large group surrounding Orentitus's house. The rumor reaches you on its own. Soon after the first awoken was touched by fire, the priest collapsed. He now mutters through visions but doesn't wake up. Oh? Okay, so I guess it was goodly time. Hey, buddy! He's moving small packages, bringing order to some neglected shelves. His eyes are red from crying, but he greets you with a strong voice and a polite smile. This time he's wearing a decent blue tunic. Back with us, Labanus. It's been a long time since I saw some visiting our home as often as you do. Not so bad. You haven't seen the worst of it, chuckles. Me, I'm looking after our grain and dried meat before fall comes, thanks to... draws the air most voice. Orentitus's help, we're more food than in many years, but now we need to figure out what goes to our bellies, what back to the soil. We have some supplies I could spare. Want to take a look? Sell 8 bunches for a coin. I need food, my friend. I'm so sorry. I don't have enough bunches for you. Sorry. But nice to know. Alright, obvious. You find him on the top of the wall helping a few locals place a new brick. You wonder if the construction will ever be finished. The village is now so quiet and empty that you hardly recognize it anymore. Helvius looks down at you, then turns away. You put a lot of work on me, Warden, on all of us. Get out of my face with your petty troubles. Which, you're scum! You're still the mayor. Don't turn away the only road warden you have. Buddy. He lets out a joyless chuckle. You're the second one this year. May the right keep us safe from them and make your end bloody. After a quiet moment and a few angry scowls from the other villagers, you walk away. Hey. I think I came up. That's fine. Okay, so necromancy. Done. But I have booze. Okay, here you go. Take You explain what the cask contents are, warning it won't stay fresh for long. Though you don't know how to say cider in the old speech, so you instead call it a sweet apple beer, pointing at the tree behind you. A few of the locals are greatly interested in taking a whiff, but you explain it's not possible. We rarely make hard drinks in the mountains, admires the sorry rider. We can agree to such a gift. Alright, I'll take it. She gives you a few minutes to pack up your belongings. Your beast will be safe here, she says confidently. We'll have enough meat, hides, and muscles. We won't rob you. Let it graze. After you tie their rustle to a tree, keeping away from most garden patches, you head to the cave mouth. The corridor goes down, getting darker after only a few steps. But seeing how often the locals go through it without any ounce of light, you doubt there's going to be many treacherous steps ahead. Still, your guide leaves the shed with a lantern made of old brass, with windows engraved, with winged dragons circling around a volcano. The tongue sticking out of the entrance doesn't go on for long. For some time, you descend gently and encounter a set of spiral stairs. Once you reach the bottom, you find yourself in a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, some of them sunk into darkness, others lit by campfires, with smoke leaving through the holes in the ceilings. Spread among them are dozens of children and elders, but also workbenches and other spots worked by adults, some of them too busy to even spare you a look. There are woodworkers, water carriers, potters, flour millers, cooks. You hardly notice how stuffy the air is down here. Seeing the consistently spacious corridors, conveniently wide enough for even an obese shell to squeeze through them, you can't tell how many, if any, of these passages were not made by human hands. The entire walk takes you only a few minutes, but the sheer amount of rooms you walk by makes you lose your way many times, before you reach a short path leading to a bright, warm chamber, to which the Saurian rider invites you with a gesture. You smell smoke and humidity, and as you listen, the humming of a stream reaches you from below. Much louder are the cries of an infant, amplified by an echo. Oop! Reach the tribe of the Green Mountain. Yay! The simple huts are short enough for you to see their hide-covered roofs from above, and as you look at the ceiling, there's no water dripping on them. Great. They don't offer much privacy either, even if the entrances were covered with a curtain. The gaps between the bones let you peek inside. It's as if they one day collapsed here from the surface, losing their purpose, but remaining as a relic of the old way of living. While the huts are only filled with furs and a few pieces of clothing, the chamber is far from empty. A few women, some of them very young, some in their 30s or 40s, are sitting around the campfire, feeding infants or playing with toddlers. There's a man stretching a piece of leather on a tanning rack, and you hear splashes of water coming from a corner. your eyes land on two people sitting in a circle of wooden stumps, their gaze makes your destination clear. They're sitting a few steps away from one another, and as you're invited to sit down, the three of you form a triangle. The air is heavy, but you smell no sweat or dirt, and aside from the crying child and echoes of distant play and conversations, the dancing lights and crackling wood are all as cozy in the evening. The man in his 50s is leaning forward, resting his elbows on his thighs, more like a tired guard than a distinguished ruler. He's dressed just as heavily as the people you saw on the surface, but the fabric of his clothes is so dark blue that it's almost black. He's barefoot, and you wonder if that's enough to not make him sweat under the layers of wool. His helmet, shield, and sword are resting on the ground. His long gray hair freely surrounds his face, which is covered with wrinkles and scars. Some beast was lucky enough to leave a mark deeper than that. The man's nose is missing, leaving a disfigured hole. Oh! The woman could be 25 and has absent eyes that are roving over your outfit, equipment, face, and hands. She's dressed much more humbly than the man. Her tunic and pants are undyed and short enough to reveal her calves and forearms. She has unevenly cut short black hair and a yellow kerchief that's hanging from her neck, lazily thrown over her. Her legs are stretched out in front of her, resting on the heels of her sandals and swaying left and right, spread just above an unfolded sack, covered with gemstones, pebbles, and animal bones. She keeps her hands on the nearest trunk, desperate for something to support her back. Both of them are unusually pale, but the woman looks almost sick. You speak in the old speech and the man smiles. Let's use city tongue from now on. Our shaman, looks at the young person in the light outfit. I to owe her what I knew, but we both need to practice. Oh, I see. She frowns and waves her hand in front of her nose as if there's a fly there. Hello. Her voice is both delicate and annoyed. Shaman Gayani, that's a name. Hi. She struggles to utter. The man stares at you, speaking more confidently with a greater familiarity of the sounds he uses. And I'm Seth. Hess, the chief of the tribe of Green Mountain. Your gift brought you our time, but we're busy lives. Dialect. Who sends you, Lavanus? No one. As a roadwarden, I wanted to turn it out. Sepha's voice grows colder. Do we look as if we need one's help? Do you see cracks in our walls and can't be sealed without your blood or monsters you can sing to sleep? Anne reaches for 2 green gems and puts them on the edge of the fabric side by side. Don't get angry. Her voice is close to a whisper and seems to ease the ire in the chief's gaze right away. When she looks at you, she keeps her hands in front of her, palms up. Does your soul speak of pride or of care? Can't you see it? But we're good as is and ask you to trust our mounts to ask for us if we need them. I'm trying to find a stairway. He was here, and a few times. With every word, Sepha's voice gets quieter, as if he's not sure how to continue. We helped him, for he gave us a grand promise, and a sign of his trustworthiness. Brought back a soul, put to be lost to woods, but it's been almost a season since we saw him. That's correct, Sepha's approving eyes contrast with the threatening look of his nose, and his voice is warm. Where he was heading, there was no place for a beast and doesn't swim well. So he asked us to look after it, and also he was afraid of the unicorns. After you mentioned that you doubt having fewer teeth would help someone deal with such a monster, Diane chuckles, then bites her lower lip, showing her unusually long canines. You like to cut the skin of a spirit of havoc? City folk think the unicorns are but a battering ram. Yet they are their own soul carriers led by judgment, not anger. They eat grass and shoots, not flesh, and when not with calves, listen to kind tales and prayers. The chief nods. It was wise of him to not take with him a bloodthirsty Saurian. It won't learn when to bow, for it trusts only its own muscles and fear. Okay, can we talk about High Island? We can, but no soul of our tribe has been here in generations. Even a gentle frown changes the chief's scarred face gently. We won't return there while the cities remain a threat. The chief answers slowly with a night cold voice. We'll cut any limb as so much as touches our homeland. What's the story? She smiles and stares to speak in the old speech, as if she's repeating the same tale for the 100th time, then chuckles. Once she shifts to the city tongue, she struggles at some points, but Cephas provides her with words and phrases or fills the gaps on his own. The Green Mountain, the life-giving volcano, volcano in the center of the island has been home to the tribe for longer than anyone can remember, as we're older than any of the 10 cities. Though you doubt there are any ways to verify such a claim, the shaman spends a good few minutes describing the days of our ancestors. Through hardship, they managed to tame enough land to grow vegetables and made a great chunk of the island their forest garden. After finding the iron and copper veins, they had enough tools and weapons to save their offspring from backbreaking labor. She's also eager to describe the deeds of many families and heroes and the unique herbs with their beautiful names the chief asks her to go on. For most of its existence, Hovlavin avoided the island, finding hardship in getting close to it, and since the pagans were reluctant to accept dragon bones, the merchants saw little value in their wares. However, once the tribes of the peninsula noticed the growing supply of alloys used by the island folk and their fishers, the news reached the city. A little more than 200 years ago, the officials tried to negotiate a new trade deal with the locals, but to no avail. Finally, they allowed the corsairs to start their usual efforts, putting to use the growing height of their ships. At first, they harassed the fishers, then landed on the island itself. The tribe was ready to fight for what was theirs, but the cruelty they faced outmatched them. The kidnappings made the locals afraid to leave their walls, and then the raids enslaved whole hamlets or burned many crucial structures. Using traps and their knowledge of the terrain, the tribe managed to kill more than they lost, but the consortships kept coming, always led by new, yet even more experienced captains. After a few bloody battles, the forest fire started. The locals understood they had little time before the wrath of the birds would trample them to death. We are the 8th generation of the tribe living here, so close to the coast, yet so far from it, she answered Tail. Taming to new grounds was harsh, and once the first children born, these tunnels started breathing, only a fifth of the tribe was still here to welcome them. Is the island dangerous? Zephyr shrugs. As dangerous as the wildest woods and hills. Its roads are no more, and spiders and ape men now live in our houses. The city folk who try to take our lands may still be there, walking in shells without souls, but after so much time, likely went after blood on the to try to take it back. The root of our torment survived to plague, to invasion and disasters, now known only to oldest tales. Guyan grabs a few small bones from the fabric beneath her and starts to roll them between the palm of her hands. I'm so thirsty. We have no strength to fight it, no hope to defeat it, but we can wait in humbleness and hope that the spirits will turn their face away once our enemies come to them for help. They don't want to land there? Do I have any snacks near me? I don't think I do. Really? I'm gonna read in my head while I eat. I also just mute myself so I don't hear me munching. just need to go and talk to everybody again? Oh, I know there's a... What's her name? Let's see if we can get there. Save real quick just in case I die. Let's see if I can get to Glacia. Damn it. She's got a bed. Isn't he here? He might be. Might be dead. Yep. He's dead. Watchtower. No. But there's a door now. Alright, let's see. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, hold on. Easy fix. Bam. Go to sleep. Oh, man. Alright. We're gonna take off the necklace. We're gonna eat. We're gonna go see him. Be like, hey, friend. That off. Get through there. The hideout. Right, because we did the bone tablet. We did the White Marsh cider. I talked to Lord Titus about Vincent. Oh! Moldy clothes satchel hanging from the branches high above the trail, most likely thereby endangered bird. Come with dark, scaly bark. Take time to climb up the slippery. For a long branch. With the crossbow. Save. Wait for the wind to calm down, even though your bolt hits the satchel right in the middle before it gets stuck among the branches. The bag stays where it is, firmly held by its strap. Might be a trap. Keep going. Like, if I hit it and it doesn't come out of the tree, I'm not meant to be. Water sticking out of a pond. You see a human-like shell curled up with long feet leaning against the rock. The creature is a head taller than you with gray skin and no hair nor genitals. Its feet are webbed, the legs are disproportionately long, its yellow eyes with large black dots in the center, round and large at the bottom of the mouth. Draw your attention away from the subtle nose and ears. It's looking straight at you, holding in long fingers of raw fish. You made it stop in the middle of the sex fight. You size each other up until the monster resumes its meal and the fish blood spills on its head. As it keenly follows your movements and swallows the fish whole without chewing. Alright. Leave it alone. Bye-bye. Alright. Excuse me. She welcomes you with a grin. So I've heard you pushed your spine quite far. She pats your elbow and leads you deeper into the hammock. Our watcher saw the commotion. I'd rather see the necromancer pay for the price for his deeds, but at least he's away from my land. I would merely prefer to not put hope into your judgment. Now I was meant to give you something back, wasn't I? What do you want, 12 coins or 2 healing potions? She glances at one of her guards. He throws you a small pouch and you toss it upward a few times. Should be enough. Glacia, making enough noise of her own, ignores the rattling coins. I now have to plan my next steps. Maybe I'll have something more for you in autumn. I have big plans. A bright green alters her voice. You were there when it happened. And I bet you it was when her husband and child died. She stops and turns around. When she places a hand on her side, the mail clicks. I was, alright, but those memories are for me alone. You look at each other in silence, then move forward. She wants me to do more for her before she helps me find a Styrian. She doesn't want to talk to me about Steep House. She's not willing to talk about the White Marsh. She doesn't trust me enough. Do I need to go to Foggy? No, not Foggy. Pelt and ask about the parents? Second. I mean, I guess I'll talk to the druid and be like, hey, some stuff's happening. Also, the fact that I talked to the elders, maybe now he'll tell me more stuff. I'll be like, hey, I talked to them. Alright. Then you learn about the High Island. Come again? You move your lips slowly as you repeat your question, and his look grows suspicious. Why would you head for that forsaken land? You explain briefly what you've learned about Asterion. The elder listens patiently, then straightens up and raises his voice. Even his accent grows thicker, as if he's repeating an old sermon. The feet of the living have nothing to find in these ancient woods and their ruins. 'Tis but a graveyard of a tribe long driven out, and their memories deserve to be either forgotten or shared by their descendants. He remains in the same position for another few breaths, and lowers his shoulders and scowls at you. City spies ought to forget it ever more than most. How much time do we have? 7? It's on the way. Stop by the tree. Let me see if the internet gives me any useful tips about what to do with the tree. Rude.
I'm running out of time.
Let's see. What does this tree like? Offerings. Tree will bear fruit. The offerings given work on a point system, with certain items providing more power than others. The tree will bear fruit the first time only that it reaches 25 power. What have I been given? Players of the mage class have the ability to offer Pneuma to the altar as an offering. You can. Items. Certain magical items can be placed on his altar. What did I give him? I gave him the Tool of Destruction. I did give him that. That's 12 points. Freaking go. So I'm gonna put a note for the tree. Alright. B folder. Gave him the tool, which is 12, 25. What, how much was the... Hold on. Bronze rod, ocean necklace, human bones, magic quill, small healing potion, sharpening poison, spirit rock. Alright, spirit rock. 6. Hello, Crimson! Heck yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what I can give this tree. Offering magical item. Okay, hold on. If 12 is 6, that's 28. That means I only need 7. Small healing potions worth only 2. I'm gonna give it the other spirit rock. I be good. Thank you for asking. I actually be trying to raise money. There. I be trying to raise money. Because I'm like, I want to try and be helpful. Be like the other streamers. And we have a lot of wonderfully gifted games. And I dare I say, we have even more gifted, not more gifted, more games now in our library. Because I've joined a Steam family. And a lot of the games they have, I've been meaning to buy for myself. So I'm just like, all the games. I'm gonna see if I can rework some things, but I really want to stream longer because I'm like, I have so many games now to play. But it's just work eats up so much time. But it's okay. There's TwitchCon, and I'm feeling stressed, so I'm gonna use TwitchCon as a nice break from work. Alright. Save real quick, just in case I mess up. Tick, spirit rock. Okay. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses. Not much larger. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. I approach the weird fruit that has suddenly appeared. It appeared in just a couple of moments, transforming from a button-sized sphere into a large fruit. While its shape and size resemble an apple, it's also pale, intertwining the whites and grays of bone. It's divided into a number of slices, like an expensive toy made of marble. The tree is now larger, taller, but becomes silent once motionless. sated in its hunger. Your feral gift is waiting for you. I spent an hour or so making the tools that allow me to pick up the fruit from where I am. Yeah, I don't trust you, tree. You look for 2 long branches in the required shapes. At first, you make a curved hook, then a net-like piece of cloth spread between 2 sub-branches. The plan is simple. Pull the fruit with the former, then catch it with the latter. You practice it on an imaginary branch a couple of times until you feel ready. All it takes is a single pull. It's hard like bone, smooth like polished granite, and just as cold. You look at the tree, but nothing else grabs your attention. Alright, take the fruit. Alright, I'm gonna go now. Also, does this person give me any suggestions for talking? Oh, players have the option to offer their own vitality in exchange for beholder power at any point in the game. Although the players will lose some of their vitality, they will not die from the offering. They will be left with at least 0 vitality. Requires minimum. Yeah, it's just 1 labor tax. Minimum of 1, you get plus 2 beholder vitality, which is health. Minimum of 2, you get plus 4 beholder power. I don't know what beholder power does, but okay. There are other offerings you can make to the beholder that aren't items, bloods, or magic. Spit on the altar? Why would I spit on the altar? But yeah, no, life be cruising. Let's go back to the old man and be like, here's your seed. Have the fruit that you told me about. He straightens up and takes the fruit gently. Sacrifice the seed to help others. Well, I've been banned from Howler's Den, so... Carries it to the cave. When he returns, he bows his head to you. I'm astonished, traveler, I am. It must have taken a lot, but we're almost done with it. Return to me once you're ready to take me to Old Pagos. I'm back, but nay later than the early afternoon. I may help us push away the wild animals, but I'll be too weak to protect us from the creatures of the night. We may need even 6 hours. Well, it's 6 hours. I can make it there, no problem. I'm gonna stop by Steve's house. See if there's anything of value. Probably not. I can wash myself in the river. I am clean. Alright, we go to the pelt. Be like, Pyros, I heard you stole some things. Approach the guards. Was eating a raw fish at the pond. Any clue what it could be? She asks you about the appearance and action of the creature, and after a pause, she looks at the boards as if she's asking for help. Had he ever heard of such a beast? Maybe a bad sign. Well, great. I'm ready. Money! Perfect. I walk away. Head to the armorer. Good. I go to the inn. Quintus. He's fine. Pyros. Give me back the iron you took from the people of Gale Rocks. He instantly reaches toward his belt, but after taking a glance at the guards, he raises his hands as if he's trying to calm you down. Come on, Roadster. Without it, I'll have nothing to sell once I get south. You stole it long before you lost your belongings. He raises his hand. But I need it more than some fishers. He looks at you with contempt and scratches his scared face. Have mercy. Let me keep it, and I'll be in your debt. My thinker is heavier than my muscles, but I know how to use my ballista, and I can help you on a dangerous trip. Ooh, this ink is my only path forward. I know that when I go to the island, I'm supposed to assemble a crew. But if I get the iron, give it to the people of the Gale Rocks. The head lady might talk to me. Titus went poof. How am I going to get anybody to help me with the undead in the cave? Everything's falling apart. Alright. You know what? Maybe instead of paying him, now it's free. I'll wait for your call. Julie, anything new? Just like that, her voice is close to a shout, and after you explain that it's quite a bit more complicated, she struggles to listen without assailing you with questions. Finally, you conclude your tale, and Tulia chuckles weakly. Ah, Lavanis, you just made my life much easier. I can now report in Havana that at least some of the northern struggles won't require an entire swamp to fix them. Just don't want to admit my part. I wouldn't dare. I'm more than fine with the truth. Now look, innkeeper, any food? Darn. The village suffered no losses I thought you should know. Welcome back, Cribs. I see. You've lost your sub-status. You were stuck in ad land. No worries. Was it a fun commercial? What happened exactly? Your story isn't long, though the innkeep also asked you about Helvius and Thyris. So that's how it is. Nice. Nice job. Though I doubt Orentitus will keep his word, I hope I'm wrong. He's kind of gone. Alright, I like... He will buy the knife. That's pretty, but I don't have any blades to make use of it. 2 bones. He does have a fancy fur, and I do have ridiculous money. I'm gonna buy some rations. Yeah, no, makes sense, buddy. Don't worry. Just you. Alright. We have all these people to ask about. Do you know Glaucia's parents? Well, we can tell by her accent. Glaucia's family comes from Galrox, though I think there isn't much of it left. I think I already asked about Glaucia, but just in case. Just wanted to move her band to pelt, make cuts in the courtyard. Okay, and then Guy? Those names are from the old speech, aren't they? They sound like they're from Howler's Den. I tell him about the leaders. He's listening to your story patiently, and on occasion even stares at your eyes as if he's trying to spot a lie. I must say, you've been to some unusual places, he responds after a longer pause. I'll keep what you told me to myself, but at least I know I could get to meet them with a gift at hand. He glances at the cast beneath the stairs, lost in his thoughts, though it may be easier to get through the young shaman than that chief. Go down, buddy. What's his name? This is... Lawson? God, nailed. Find him and see. Right, yeah, Lawson the owner. Okay. Oh, there's updates. Oh, they've changed the look of the building as the game development went on. Alright, I think it's a capital I. Yeah. Alright, must be the man. Can I ask you for anything particular? Did his shop? Nope. This guide is only half helpful. Am I on time? Okay, I asked about these people. So little check marks so I know I asked about them. Asked about. Pretty sure I asked about this, but just check. Iris. Right, we asked about Iris. And then, what was it? Orentitus? Right. And I think he was like the first guy I asked about. Yeah. Angry kid. That tracks. Nope, I'm not done. There's one more. And then balance. Had a job for his husband. What's his face? No matter. He failed. Joined my crew on the trip for pelts. Returned with no eye and no left arm. Taught me a lesson about hiring mercenaries. Anyway, he then paid us for delivering a letter to this Balance, you said, and left south. Told me he won't bother. Won't be another burden for his tribe. Oh, that's so sad. Alright, I'm gonna put a note. Names at Pelt. Place at Foggy. Tunnel still hasn't been handled. Herschel's pretty much gone because I already told them about the hunters and everything. Okay. I asked her about High Island and the tribe. The forest speaker we're in the middle of. We have to tribe is with me. I don't know what I would need to do to get them to be like, yeah, you know. Like, I don't have many quests left. It's healing the plague. Huzzah. Closed tunnel. Working on it. This part has me. I don't see this happening, but I explore the points. We are trying. They'll never be open to negotiating with the city. That's fine. Alright, let's find a place to sleep. We'll stop there for the day. Side. Cards. Okay, let's go. She reaches out for the coins and hides them without counting. Cheers, Lavon. She looks at the sun. Give us 3 days to prepare for the raid. We'll handle it with a small team. There's a different kind of confidence in her voice, and her stance is more like a leader's. Better stay away from the ruins until then, or you may get random quarrel between your ears. Oh, she's gonna clear out the steep place? Well, that's what that's for. Got the money, so. Okay. 2 hours. Does give me free food. She's pretty cool too. I think she could use the company. Let's go give her company. Are you guys able to hear my roommate? Alright, great changes are happening. White Marsh is free of necromancy. She starts to twirl her hair and looks first at you, then at the ceiling. I knew about a few empty ones there, but was it really much of an issue? The tribe would burn their corpses once they stopped needing them. After you described the weight of the situation, she grunts in approval. I was wrong then. Soon after you carry on with your tale, she lowers her head and takes a deep breath. I've heard enough. That's true. It's still just a magic rock. Let's see. Push you to go. Same step. Alright, well, we're gonna take sleeping in a shed. Sleeping in a shed. Let's see. How's she doing? No, she's the same size. Alright. Let me get to my old man. I know I said I was gonna stop, but I'm like, we're so close. Alright, ready? Hurt. What sort of weather do you expect? Alright, cool. We'll stop here, so that way tomorrow it's like, oh my god, we're gonna clear the plague. Oh my goodness, my lovely humans, we have done it. By the way, ba-bam, ba-bam. And of course, we're gonna raid out to the roomie. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed this very, very long game. I totally misjudged it, but it's okay. We'll get there in time, and then we'll see what kind of ending we get. And hopefully it's a good one. Suzu is Marcy. Bye-bye.